PKA 447. Kyle?
Couple of sponsors tonight: Squarespace and Blue Chew. Keep your dick hard all night, Blue Chew.
Well, we only need 3 hours of content tonight because it's a Blue Chew
right.
sponsor day.
That's right, boys. It's Blue Chew time.
So we were gonna start off with
Blue Chew. That's right, Woody. No,
we're gonna talk about Blue Chew for 12 minutes. So first, we got to watch this.
The
this
Bagel
dwarf,
Man?
this very tiny bagel man, get mad. I purposely haven't watched a lick of any of these clips, and they've been everywhere the last few days. So I'm excited to see because everybody seems to be cracking their asses up over it.
It's pretty great. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. At number one.
Ready. I am on the Twitter video from Olivia Shea, I think, and it's 45 seconds long. I'm there.
Ready, set, play.
Degrade women. Why is that okay?
Why is it okay for women to say, "Oh, you're 5 feet on dating sites. You should be dead"? That's okay.
Wait.
Who said that to you here? Nobody.
Women in general have said it on dating sites. You think I'm making that shit up? Everywhere I go, I get the same fucking smirk with the
I
biting
can't see
lip.
over the counter.
Fighting.
Shut your mouth. You're not God or my father or my boss.
Look how tough he is. Or thinks he
You
is.
want to step outside? You want to
Step outside.
Huh? I'm not scared of you, pal.
You just
Bite
chest
your
bumped the guy's
nipples.
crotch.
No, go ahead and attack me, Jake.
Oh my gosh. I just wanted bagels.
I just wanted bagels.
I recorded the whole thing.
He did not expect the man to do what he asked. This little man has not gotten his way so much in life that he thought if he said, "Go ahead and attack me," he would not get that.
Oh.
And yet, this man, he doesn't see size.
You know,
He lives in the world that that dwarf man would like to also live in, where everybody is the same size.
he's treated equally. I think the guy in blue, the big guy that pushed him down, was doing him a favor, right? Like,
Yeah.
if a man in a wheelchair says, "Woody, you don't have the balls to kick my ass," you better believe I prove him wrong,
I'm
right?
dumping him
It's
out
an
on the
act
sidewalk.
of courtesy. What, I'm going to treat him like some lesser person? It's not nice.
Gonna dump you like a wheelbarrow full of horse shit, cripple.
He's in a wheelchair, but in the kind where he's like blowing himself towards you in a straw. Even the upper body doesn't work. Man,
You
this
just
guy,
reach up.
This guy rules. This guy's hilarious.
Can we watch video two?
You clip his little straw with some scissors.
Let's see.
All
how
right,
video-
In the way that he's like, I see the looks. I see the way you all look at me. They're like, we're just here for bagels. And he's like, not you in particular. But life as a whole is boiling over for me right now.
Me? I swear I was looking right over you. All right.
Apparently, it's not from the video, but I saw it was like a retweet of something else today where some woman who is apparently 4'11", who was at this incident, said, "Yeah, I was taller than that guy, so he's at most 4'10".
Let's play it.
4'10". That's Danny DeVito. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, I'm at 39.
Ready, set, play.
Absolutely.
Oh, and a guy 3 times my size.
That's
okay?
Get your food in.
What happened? What, I'm sorry?
Get your food in.
You know what? Fuck your fucking breath.
Oh, they're laughing.
Oh!
They're laughing.
You think that's funny? All you women drink shit like shit. All of you. Yeah, all of you.
You need to go.
No, you women need to stop getting so fucked up.
I like the girl.
Oh, he gave him a little shove there at the end.
Wait,
All right,
I
so-
missed the. I need to see that again.
Like one
Oh, he
hand
did,
shoved
yeah,
him in
yeah.
the back of the shoulder, like out the door.
I feel sorry for the half man. Really, I think that people should have, like an ounce of kindness towards our manlet and dwarf society. The mini man has things working against him. He lives a life
genetics.
with just like cock vision, and of course he's upset.
I'm
He's
just getting
smelling
a
everybody's
picture of,
farts all day.
The whole words are like bullets. I let them pass right through me. You know? From South Park. Yeah, this guy, the best part of that whole video isn't even how short he is or the nodding, smirking woman at the end, which that's hilarious. You know, good move to that lady. That's funny. It was how he's like, I don't even want my bagels. Yeah, I don't even want my bagels. And he walks away and they start snickering. He's like, actually, I'm taking my bagels. He goes back there and he takes it because he already paid for them.
'Cause I'm hungry.
Poor guy's
That's fucking
famous.
He's
Like,
so tiny.
this is the
the best part is when some random white bitch licks some Bluebell ice cream somewhere, like you're like, she's gonna blend right in with the other random white bitches. Like I'm not gonna be able to pick her out in a crowd. This guy, if I saw this guy tomorrow, I'd instantly recognize him. I'd instantly recognize the 4'9" white dude who's going a little bald,
Who outweighs me.
head. Yes. The 4'9", 240-pound man. I'll pick him right out in the crowd, and I'm gonna go and fart on him.
Have you ever heard of how dwarf conventions? This is a real thing. They have dwarf conventions where it'll be like little people of America. That guy needs to change his life trajectory. He's the shortest of the normal, but he could be the king of little peoples of America. And so you show up there, you're 4'10", you're towering over
in the world of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
Perfect. That
Yes.
second Ecclesiastes. Well, I think there's only one Ecclesiastes, but whatever. Yeah, that's in the Bible.
There used to be two, but we lost one. Just like the eye. See, it all makes sense.
It all ties in.
There was a TV show on, I don't know, Discovery Channel or something, about a family that had a bunch of little people in it. Like mom and dad were both little people, and maybe one or two of the kids were. Anyway, it was fun because the kid he's had a full-size brother and then himself. In his high school, he really wasn't like the belle of the ball. But once a year, he went to the little people convention that Kyle brought up, or Taylor, and he was king of that place. Girls all over him, just like wanting to get with this guy. He just struts his stuff. I love that he had a week where he was a hero. There's a video,
and they're getting a whole year worth of fucking into that week. So there is so much pussy being slayed at the little people of America. I'm saying it like that's a real association, but I'm pretty sure it is. I know they all get together at some point.
I'm gonna watch a lot of midget porn tonight. This is turning me on. Let's go to part 3.
All right, and part 3 is the one on Reddit. Okay.
It is.
Wait. Okay, misogynistic mini male from Bagel Boss strands his date, quote unquote, gold digging bitch on the side of the road when she refuses to quote unquote put out.
I mean, he sounds pretty cool so far. Let's watch.
That's the title of the video.
All right, ready, set, play. He's outside.
So you don't want to go back to my place?
Same height as a sedan.
You don't want to hang out?
No, I'm going home.
You don't want to fool around?
No.
You don't spend $750,000, right? It's a lot of money,
Wait, what?
right?
We'll see.
Why not today? I came all the way out to pick you up to hang out for 2 hours? Huh?
Yeah.
So why don't we go
Come
back?
on, hurry up, Chris.
Why don't we go back to my place for a little while? Why?
Because I gotta go home.
Well,
Can you open the door for me?
all right, give me 1 minute. I gotta open the door. Hold on.
So he's driving her back?
Nope. Not now. Oh, look at this! Look at this pimp and ride. Those floorboards are filthy.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
there's no
keeping
excuse.
her
You can
door
reach
locked.
those. Yeah.
He's leaving her. Oh, he's fucking with her. He's fucking with her. He's like, yeah, bye.
He's so happy.
Let's
Wow.
go. Let's go back around. Let's go back around and take a visit. That greedy bitch. Huh? That greedy bitch. Where is she? Where is she? I'm gonna fuck with her again. $750,000 I said I'm gonna spend on her, and she don't even want to let me fool around with her. Really?
Jesus, Clinton. I assume Bill does that. I don't know.
Here she is. Here she is.
I like him cheap and chubby.
Was she sitting in the road?
It seemed that way.
Asshole.
Ruthless. Ruthless Keebler out. Look how far his feet is sat forward.
Does she think cookies just grow on trees? They're
They
in there
do at his house.
bacon.
Come on,
that-
bitch.
okay,
I got
that
a
third
lifetime
one.
supply of Milanos. I don't know what he keeps talking about 750 grand. Like if he's promising to spend that on her, or if he's like saying that, or if he imported her, perhaps that was that I had a sense of that, but it sounds more like he
She
like,
was
picked
Asian.
her up. That clued me in a little harder.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And she did look like the kind that can be purchased.
He couldn't have spent $744,000 and bought a nicer car.
Right.
Dude, but honestly, those first two, he looks terrible and like a total asshole.
Yeah.
That third one, if I hadn't seen the first two, I'd be cracking up because I wouldn't know the context of it. Like that. That's very
I thought
funny.
the third one, he was by far the worst person.
Well, the letting, like the telling her, like, try again, and then waving and driving away. That's a pretty funny thing.
But wait, he was expecting her to put out. I wish I understood the context of the 750 grand. If he spent 750 grand on a mail order bride, maybe he expected to put out. I fill in the blanks with some sort of business venture. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just going to discount the 750 grand talk entirely because it makes no sense. It was almost as if he was like promising that to her, like if she was with him. I feel like maybe he's the kind of creep who's on it. Look, he's got no flex, right? He's a little person. He's not very attractive. He's driving that car where the hood doesn't even close. He was probably saying like, I've got 750 grand inheritance. You know, that could be our money or something like that. Like that to me fits. That's the puzzle piece that fits best. But regardless, like she was kind of cute. I mean, she wasn't terrible. And I mean, he's
certainly out of his league.
Thank you. That's what I'm going for. Yes. And I hated him until I got to the third video. Frankly, the third video showed me this guy.
I'm glad someone's agreeing with me on that.
This guy has a sense of humor, like the fake out and then the double fake out. When he's like, let me go back around. I'm gonna get this bitch again. That I like.
I'm the opposite of both of you, and now I'm wondering, am I wrong or is everybody else wrong? Because in the first two videos, I had sympathy because, you know, the manlet has a hard life. He feels like nobody likes him. He's rejected. He maybe expects like a little bit of that handicap privilege, you know? Someone's in a wheelchair, maybe don't be an asshole to him, right? I think that's what he's going for.
He'd be taller in a wheelchair.
He might. But in the third video, he's an incel. He's an incel who is such an asshole that he's the cause of most of his problems.
Oh, I disagree with you there. I don't think an incel would ever have the balls to like go like he's going far for what he's got. Like he's gone out there. He's driven. He's made the date happen. He's in sales. You said, you know, did you ask for the sale? Because a lot of salesmen don't. They don't say, hey, can we sign this up today? Let's sit down, wrap things up. You can drive home with us. They don't say that. They never ask for the sale, and that's crucial. He was asking for the sale. He's like, you know, let's go back to my house. Let's hang out. Let's chill. Let's fool around. Like he just throws it out there.
I feel like I agree that he asked for the sale, but then he just insta quits, right? Stops on the first no. Can't do that.
He can't physically overpower her like you can.
What I'm guessing is that I'm guessing that he took a lot of no's and then he turned on the camera to get a final no and to record his prank.
I would say so. I would say by the time he turned that camera on, he was already boiling inside with little man rage.
And did you see how the camera was like perfectly level with the top of the sedan?
You could barely see over the hood.
He had it on top of his head.
Yeah. Like it was really him not even being able to see the cookie specials at the bakery that were on top of the thing. Like, oh, that was, but
we're just making all his complaints correct. Like all of our rip on is about mini man and manlet.
Oh, but it's fine because he doesn't want any of us to fuck him. But when he goes over there with his little undoubtedly stubby fingers and he's like, you do it, you do it, you do it, pointing at women making $9 an hour at a bakery in like fucking whatever northeastern city he's in. He sounded New York-ish, right?
I thought I heard an element of dwarf in his voice, like that, like Lollipop Guild kind of vibration coming into it.
Oh, hey, you can't treat me this way. Because
maybe I'm
I
the only one who
represent
heard that.
the Lollipop Guild. Lollipop.
When was like the first year in civilization where someone would have a dwarf and they're like, we'll let you stick around?
Oh, well, I think they were a more of a luxury item in olden times.
Not in Sparta, based on the movie I watched.
Well,
And that movie's 100% accurate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
I-
so.
you
It's
know-
a documentary.
I've been meaning to talk about Sparta. My history teacher taught me all about that stuff that I've often said on this show. It turned out none of it's true. The Spartans were just, so-so warriors. When they fought the Athenians or whoever, it's basically 50-50,
If they were 50-50 versus the Athenians, then that'd be a pretty good record because Athens was a way bigger city than Sparta.
Well, I mean, in numbers, there was like a battle where it was like, I don't know, 500 Spartans and 500 Athenians, and like the number of dead and injured was like virtually identical. Like they had a bit of a warrior culture, and they did keep slaves that did most of the work, but it turned out that like most of that other nonsense is just fake. It's just
No, that's not true. They were all 6'2", yoked, didn't even wear shirts into battle, put mascara or whatever to outline their abs
All
to
you
show
need-
they were
Yeah, they wore capes into battle for some reason. And no shirt.
something that's notoriously easy to handle, doesn't get caught up on things.
I can't imagine what would go wrong. Self-choking.
But yeah, I think that the dwarf was a luxury item in olden times. Maybe like if you were a king or some sort of a warlord, you'd have a little tyke to entertain the troops, keep morale high. Just like in Game of Thrones, if you read the books. Remember Patchface? Stannis Baratheon had this little fella that had been brought back from across the sea and named Patchface. And he was a little guy with tattooed face, and he had fallen in the ocean and had gone just insane. And he wasn't a character in the show because they don't know how to write.
Well, they had to limit one dwarf per show.
That's a shame they did, because Patchface would have been a fucking crazy ass character, because he had literally, it seemed like he had been resurrected by the drowned god, and he had seen he could see the future, and he would tell the future in these cryptic rhymes that he would tell. It was interesting in the book.
So really they would, in olden days, only keep a
Yes.
dwarf around if it was funny.
Absolutely. You better have some chops. You
that's-
better have a tight five,
that's
or
what-
we're just casting you on that big heap of dwarves we got over there.
I'm 90% sure that's how King Taylor would run shit. I
Yeah.
just
Little man, step forward. Make
Yeah.
me laugh.
tight five.
Yeah, give me your tight five.
Somebody's
Well,
in there
I've been
flashing
abused
the
every
lights.
step of the way my whole life. Please don't kill me. Like, what would they say? That was that funny.
I don't know. I'm not
Yeah.
good. I'm not good at writing dwarf humor from the point of the dwarf. But give me a week. I'll come back with some stuff.
I wonder what inside dwarf jokes are. Because like every community has their own little inside jokes. There have to be a lot of little like, trying to reach the ticker tape when you're trying to get meat at the butcher. Whoa, that's such a bitch because they put it on top of the counter sometimes. Trying to order children's meals at Applebee's and being turned down. That's all I can think of off the top of my head. I'm not very tight with it. I don't think I've ever met a real life dwarf in my whole life. And if it did happen, I was probably a child and didn't realize what was happening.
I've seen one in a restaurant.
I saw one at Orlando where they have all their all the restaurants and stuff, like where Emerald Lagasse's restaurant is and all that shit. It's some sort of like touristy area. I saw one there, and I like elbowed my buddy. I was like hard, like in the movies, like hey look. I literally was like, hey, fucking look, holy shit, don't miss this. And he's like, ow, oh god, I've never seen one in the wild. And I'm like, yeah, me either. Look at that little fuck. God, he's tiny. He was super tiny, like maybe 3 feet. He was 3 feet, I'd say. Like he was so tiny. It's shocking to see.
And here we have the New York manlet. His natural bagel habitat, foolishly challenging a larger male to a fight in hopes of impressing the bagel female. Little does he know, over, not only will he win breeding rights, but all the bagels he can stuff into his greedy little mouth.
Which is
But
one
little
half.
does he know, even if he wins the fight with the larger male, the females remain safe behind the glass barrier.
Yeah. Oh man, I do kind of feel bad for that guy, because imagine being 4'10" as a man on Earth and not being Danny DeVito, who took that hand of cards and played it to the max. And he has the benefit of also being hilarious. He would have been a jester in olden days, surely, because
he
he's
got
so
dealt a
naturally
deuce and a
hilarious.
7 and flopped a full house. He's somehow he made it work for him, and he was a good looking guy back in the day. If you go back to like even the 80s, like he's got a handsome face and he had a full
Really?
head of hair. And you know what his original career path was, right?
No.
Kind of interesting for a short guy. He was a hairdresser.
Huh.
He would have had to have climbed up on some sort of platform behind you, even if you were sitting to really get at
He
you,
was
right?
not handsome in the 80s.
I think he's a handsome man.
I mean, compared to the absolute goblin he is on It's Always Sunny, it's not hard to find a better pick.
Okay, I'm going. So in the 80s, I think it was the 80s, he was on Taxi. You guys probably don't know.
Oh yeah.
Kyle knows that.
I've seen
You both
Taxi.
do. Okay.
With what's his name? Andy
Hoffman.
Kaufman. Yes.
Yeah, so he was
Maybe Christopher Lloyd.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
who's the professor dude in Back to the
Great
Future.
Scott.
Yeah. But if I'm looking at some pictures from his childhood, I'm guessing this is like 70s,
Yeah.
where he's all right. I just don't know handsome
Hey,
man's the one you grab.
You don't land a catch like Rhea Perlman if you're not really looking good.
Are they still together? I thought I read.
No, they
were-
divorced just a
oh.
few years ago. They were together for decades and decades. They divorced maybe 2-3 years ago, something like that.
It
That's a
hasn't even
bummer.
updated on Wikipedia then. It says married since 82.
Oh, they
I-
may have rekindled their long-term romance, but I'm pretty sure they're divorced.
Huh. Do they have kids? Yeah, they got 3 kids. I wonder how tall they are.
I googled dwarf joke, and apparently Jimmy Carr, and you can't find the joke. All you can find is the outrage over Jimmy Carr's. He's a comedian. Over his quote unquote abortion dwarf joke. Like every link is about the outrage and like the little people community, like literally coming after him and writing letters and stuff, and like all the outrage. Every link is the same. It's people angry at his joke.
Wow.
I gotta find this joke.
It must be a good joke for that many
It's
people
got
to
to be
upset by it.
hilarious.
That's a good barometer of a good joke. How many people are upset by it?
I agree. I agree. Like because if it were a bad joke, if it were just bad words, everybody would ignore it. But this was clearly like a good joke, and that's what made it hit so hard. Let's see. He was criticized by Little People Charity for offensive joke. God, did he say it? Did he do it at a Little People Charity? Surely not. Jimmy Carr embroiled in global race row after joking about Korean. Oh, I guess he makes a lot of jokes. I guess it looks like he made a Korean joke, and that's upset a lot of people too.
About
Jimmy Carr
Koreans?
facing major backlash over disgusting dwarf joke.
Does it show the disgusting dwarf joke?
That's what I'm looking for. That's all I want. It says Jimmy Carr, the comedian who's already in hot water due to a comment about K-pop band BTS, made a gag about dwarfs being abortions, which made it during his live show. Truly terrible. Or it's called Terribly Funny. I'm sorry. Safe to say people are not happy in the slightest. What a cruel, unkind specimen of a human. How dare you make fun of people with dwarfism? Is a dwarf an abortion that made it? Seriously? Disgusting. One enraged listener wrote on Twitter.
One enraged person on Twitter.
Wow. Yeah, it's and they even link her tweet here. Disgusting. Apparently, Jimmy Carr thinks that people like me are abortions that made it. A quick Google search shows he's made cruel dwarf jokes before. Does he have some kind of fetish for us? If you need to hurt people to be funny,
That
you're
is
not
pretty
a comedian.
mean. An abortion.
You're an ass.
He is. I looked up Danny DeVito's marriage, and it's pretty interesting. They split up in 2012, got back together the next year. They split up in 2017, and they're still split up, but they say they're never getting divorced. And they're in their 70s. I didn't realize they were that old. I think she or he is 71.
Mhm.
And I need to double check that. Maybe I'm mistaken. But they're pretty old, and I think they're just going to stay married. They're like,
And separated, yeah.
we kind of get along. We agree on a lot of things. Divorce is a nasty, nasty thing, so we're not gonna.
I like that. I like that move.
I
think
feel bad for this little 3'6" woman. She's like, he doesn't have to hear shouts of midget, and they asterisked out the I in midget. Like,
wow.
Really?
Like it's,
from passing cars or gangs of passing youths. We do. I've never, and granted, I'm not a dwarf, so my perspective isn't best on this, but I've never seen a dwarf in public and had anybody do anything other than kind of stare
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine screaming midget at a dwarf walking
With
by?
hate in your heart.
With you know who does that? That guy at the bagel shop. It's like,
oh, I guarantee it. If he sees someone shorter than him, he's right over there to pick on him. I can guarantee it. That guy's a mean
if that guy sees like
motherfucker.
a female dwarf, he immediately pops a couple blue chew because he knows
Oh.
that's his chance.
He's in.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And she's like, no, I'm actually into taller guys. And he's like, rah!
Oh, that he would murder that girl. If an actual dwarf told him that she was into quote unquote taller guys and she's like 3'10", he would drown her in a puddle.
Part of me, like, I mean, that guy is clearly a cunt, but man, imagine what they got. He probably was in his 50s, right? He had gray hair, like 50s at least, maybe even older than that.
I think they age faster than us.
No, they meant like.
So I looked
I don't
up
know
incel.
because small dogs live longer than big dogs.
That's right.
Let me
No,
read a
that's
few
right.
lines. Incel, aka involuntary celibate, a person who, absolutely usually male, who has a horrible personality, treats women like sexual objects, and thinks his lack of sex life comes from being ugly when it's really just blatant sexism and terrible attitude. They have little to no self-awareness. Even when they see other ugly men with girlfriends, they consider these men to be tricksters who have somehow beat the system. Tell me this, I'm not describing this dude.
Maybe.
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I hope we get a deluge of more Twitter videos from this gentleman in the future, trying to win himself back in the public eye.
I wonder what he does for a living. Like, has it hurt his employment? He's
stepladder tester. What else could he do?
Hula instructor.
No, what is it? Limbo.
He's a professional limbo guy.
yeah. What's wrong with you guys? You can't get under that.
I won the Jamaican 2011 qualifier.
Fuck that little
what,
tie.
what do you do for a living if you're that short? Like, I guess it has to be almost an office job. You can't be a cop. You can't be a firefighter. You can't
Dude,
be
wait.
an oil rig worker.
Women can be policemen, and I would argue that he could beat
Oh,
up most
let's-
women. He's at least
no.
average woman toughness.
I don't know. He was showing a good deal of toughness.
I said at
challenging that
least
big guy.
average.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
Oh.
He definitely he's an idiot. I would
Yeah.
like him to do that as a policeman. Just routinely challenge big, strong men to hit him.
That would be
Bring
fun.
it.
that is such a rough hand to be dealt. To be 4'10", like he's like that. Your description of incel there, I don't know what the actual description is. Maybe was that like the Urban Dictionary or something?
Yes, is there a better
that-
source?
Yeah, I was asking to confirm that it was the correct source.
Thank you. All right.
But this guy, he could have the sweetest personality on earth. He's 4'10". Women are not interested. Like
At least
no
one is.
5'8" woman out there is like, I met this guy. He's sweet. He's 4'10". Like, no, it's just that doesn't happen. Like that guy is involuntarily in celibate, and all these people
celibate.
Involuntarily celibate. Yeah. I saw something the other day and I still hadn't watched the video, so I didn't fully understand how short the gentleman was, but some lady on Twitter was like, these guys act like it's because of height. It's just because of your attitude. And all these other women are like, yeah. And it's like, why are people retweeting this lie? This absolute lie.
Yeah.
Like, it'd be like a guy being like, we don't care if you're 500 pounds as long as you're sweet. It's like, no, that no one would. Only fat
Well, I
women
do
would
have
retweet
diabetes.
That. Yeah.
I was just about to make that comparison, and it's not a unique thought, but yeah, guys have it rough because you can't hit the gym, show a little discipline, and add some height.
Yeah.
You have to,
And
get
even with
that-
like lifts or something for that guy, what's he gonna do? Get to 5'2"?
Yeah. There's no hope for that guy because he doesn't even have the frame. Like if that guy were 6 feet tall, he would look absurd. Like just a real freak of a man.
Humpty Dumpty build.
He belongs in a different century. I was listening to the Rogan where he had that power lifter, and they were talking about days gone by when people were a lot smaller because of nutrition, like how in the Civil War it was a bunch of 130-pound guys fighting that war, and that the power lifter was telling the story of this guy who fought in the fought in the Revolutionary War, who was like 6'8", this giant of a man that George Washington referred to as a one-man army.
Yeah.
He said he would literally yank people off of their horses and beat them to death.
That guy's cool.
Imagine you're a 6'8" giant who's not a lanky fucker, because they told the story of him picking up like a 300-pound field cannon and carrying it off the battlefield so that the enemy couldn't get it. So a legit 6'8" giant in a time where the average soldier was probably 125 pounds, and he's got to be 300.
Yeah.
Just literally almost 3 times the size of a normal man. It would be like a 600-pound 7'7" guy like coming after you.
I don't know, man. Like if you were making this argument for a time when people fought with spears and clubs, I'd be on your team. But guns existed.
Muskets.
Those were shit tier guns.
They told the story of someone trying to shoot him with a musket, and it misfired. And he took the musket away from the man, and he beat him to death with it.
Dude, I feel like back in those days, though, like there was so much.
Like Ben Askren would have been like, "I deserve that,"
and everything's going on. Like if I fought in the Revolutionary War and I was way out in the weeds fighting somebody, and I like barely survived and stabbed it with my bayonet, I'd go back and be like, "I encountered an entire other troop. I slaughtered them with the jawbone of an ass handily," and everyone would be like, "Wow, let's go see the bodies." And you're like, "There's no time. The redcoats arrived. Oh, we gotta go." Like you could just make shit up back then.
That's true, because you would blend right in with the rest of the troop. Nobody could say where you were or where you weren't. But if the Jolly Green Giant is walking amongst you, like everybody's gonna take note of that guy. You're gonna see some of this man's feats of strength. I don't know if you saw that, Rogan, but that guy was very interesting. I
listened to the whole thing. I liked him a lot. That guy's great. Like the way he would describe like little, like just ancillary feats of strength he would do. Not even the ones where it was like, yeah, I was doing Arnold Classic or whatever, and I did this and that. He'd just be like, yeah, we're shooting this TV show, and we're looking at old-timey feats of strength, and so we got a yoke, which is like the yoke you put on an ox and then hang things from both sides. And he's like, and it was... Yeah, the estimates are between like 400 and 1,200 pounds. So we just threw like 900 down there just to keep it kind of easy. And it was like, Jesus Christ, like the poundage this guy was talking about, unreal. Like,
yeah, just throwing 300 or 400 pounds on his back was just like the easy stuff that he wouldn't even talk about. He was like, yeah, it's only 400 or it's only 500. Like they were talking about the log press. Where you pick that log up and press it over your head, and like the first time he ever did it, he broke the amateur world record. Like, and his friend was like, "What the fuck? I've been trying to do that for years." He's like, "Well, new world record, I guess." And Joe's like, "Well, what's the professional world record?" And he tells him what it is, and I think it's like he did it in kilos, but it's 400 and something pounds, 420, I think. And Joe's like, "When are you going to be able to break that?" He's like, "Oh, I can break it right now. I'm going to wait till I get to the show, though."
He had the American record already. He wanted the world one. Yeah. He was very strong. He hated deadlifts. And the most convincing argument that he made to me, and I have no way to verify it, was that people who make a living with their body, NFL players, basketball players, etc., aren't doing deadlifts. That the only good reason to do deadlifts is that you compete in the deadlift. Yeah. And there's enough YouTubers out there telling me deadlifts are one of the most important exercises out there. I don't know what to make of it.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of changed my mind on it after I like watched a couple other videos. I'll have to find him later. I don't remember who it was, but like a lot of those other YouTubers telling you deadlifts are integral. Like they live and work for their body. Like that's their resume, like they can't kind of ditch that. You almost have to get to an echelon of being 6'8" and able to press 1,000-pound log over your head before you can be like, oh yeah, deadlifts, that's bullshit. Nobody's going to get in an argument with that guy and be like, nah, idiot. What do you know about this? And then he'll like pick up a fridge and throw it at you. You can't do that.
That was part of my...
He made a lot of sense. Like, he was like, I think he even said, like, unless you are 1,000% sure that you're doing it 100% correctly, not worth it. Like if you're some accountant or some guy who does something else for a living, don't bother. You can get upper and lower back strength from doing other things.
That
Like,
was one of the things that
always
made me question his advice, because I wonder if he views it through the lens of a normal person, right? Deadlifts hurt his back. Well, sure, for him to get a workout, he has to pick up 750 pounds. If he's an accountant, maybe the spinal cord is completely capable of handling 97 pounds that other guy would be lifting.
It's just a lift
true.
that I feel like you have to
It is awkward.
activate certain muscles like with knowledge. Like when you press something or like do a bench press or a curl, it's just sort of natural. But there's something about the deadlift where like you have to use the right muscles. It's not like breathing or your heartbeat. It's where you're intentionally activating certain muscles and not others. Like it's I could definitely say I could get hurt. I haven't done a lot of deadlifting, certainly not since fucking high school. When
Speaking of lifting, have you started the process of getting all your weightlifting stuff back into your place?
No, my sleep schedule's been ruined this week, dude. I have been getting absolutely nothing accomplished. Sleep schedule destroyed. I am staying up not just all night, but half the next day. Like I'm staying up until like 11 a.m. or noon, and then going to bed, and then waking up at like 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. And
We
then
started recording at 7 Eastern. What time did you wake up today?
I woke up at 6 p.m. and I almost hit the snooze button. Yeah.
What,
I was
what
like, I
game
could
are you
use a little
playing
more.
that has you up all night?
I watched the new TV show, and that did it. I
Oh.
got so into Barry on HBO that I stayed up all night and into the next day watching it. Barry has Bill Hader, the guy from SNL who does all the impressions.
Yeah, he's funny.
He plays an assassin who wants to become an actor. And so he has one foot in the assassin game in Los Angeles and the other in this sort of amateur acting class. Meanwhile, he's trying to court one of the actresses in that class. And it's a very dark comedy with occasional aspects of John Wick mixed in. It's like he'll be in his acting class, like really, he's a terrible actor, but they keep getting these glimpses of amazing acting out of him because he's just literally having emotional breakdowns due to his job. Like, like there's one episode where he has to kill someone who's very close to him because that person couldn't handle that they had found out that he was an assassin and they had gotten involved in some real fucked up shit. He was like, I'm just going to go to the cops. He's like, you can't do that. You're connected to me. He's like, I'll never tell them about you. He's like, it won't matter. You're connected to me. They'll put the pieces together. He's like, look, I'm just going. And Barry just flips. He's like, why did you say that? Why did you say that? And it starts dawning on the guy that Barry might kill him now. He's like, you know what? I didn't tell my wife I was going to the gym. Like I said, I told her I was coming to hang out with you. And just Barry just shoots him in the face right there. Kills his good friend. And so that night he has to act in, I think it's Macbeth. And they've given him the tiniest role in Macbeth because he's such a terrible actor. He has to walk out and say, my lord, the queen is dead. That's all he's got. And so Macbeth is being played by a woman in this play, and it's actually his wannabe girlfriend. And he's in the back, like losing his fucking mind because he just killed his friend. Like he's just like pacing back and forth and pulling his hair out. He's not even wearing his costume. And when it's time for his mark, he's just bent over a thing, like holding on to it like this. And he turns around and walks onto the stage with tears just pouring down his face. And he goes, my lord, the queen is dead. She's dead. And like the lady's like, everybody's just like, holy fucking shit, Barry. Oh, that's incredible.
The show sounds awesome. I can't believe I haven't watched this.
There's 2 seasons of it. I want to say there's 8 or 9 episodes per season. There's one episode where he has to go assassinate a Taekwondo guy. And he doesn't know the guy's a Taekwondo champion. And he doesn't even want to kill him anyway. He goes in with a mask on. He's like, hey, so-and-so sent me to kill you. I don't want to kill you. I'm not going to kill you. Let's get you out of state. You got family out of state? And the guy's like, yeah, Chicago. You're going to have to go back to Chicago for a year. And the guy's like, all right, cool. The guy's literally smoking a joint while he's having this conversation with Barry. And as they're walking through the guy's house to like get his suitcase together, Barry starts taking note of hundreds of trophies and medals and a gi that's like in a frame on the wall. and 2 Olympic gold medals, and just like not 30 trophies, not 50 trophies, about 150 trophies. He's like, what's with all this? He's like, Taekwondo. And then as soon as Barry's not looking, he goes, hi-ya! And he kicks Barry through a wall. And now they're fighting. And the Taekwondo guy's being super technical. And Barry's using like Marine training, like punches him in the throat and crushes his like trachea or whatever. Well, the guy's tough as nails. So he just runs in the other room and gets 2 nunchucks. And he's like Bruce Lee with them. But he can't give himself enough oxygen to stay conscious. So he's slowly like going like the Energizer Bunny running out of batteries. They like just whipping Barry with the fucking nunchucks. Barry finally defeats him. He's about to leave. He thinks the guy's dead. He's about to leave. The guy's daughter comes home. She's like 11 or 12. She's wearing a gi. She gets down in this low squat stance where her knees are above her like waist and goes and she comes at him like a spider monkey. She's on his back with a cheese knife, stabbing him in the back with it. And the whole episode is just bonkers. Like most of the show is mostly rooted in like there's no special effects in the show. Like
it's just like a dark comedy kind of.
Yeah, but this episode it goes off the wall with this little girl being like a literal ninja. He's like, I don't think she's human. I don't think she's from this world. Yeah, good show. Check it out. I really liked it. It single-handedly ruined my sleep schedule because I started watching it like 11 p.m. and I finished the first season and it kind of ends on this little bit of a cliffhanger and I'm like, gotta go to season 2 now. Holy fuck! And it was noon by the time I was done with the show.
Before you said when we were pre-show and you're like, oh, I just woke up. I was gonna ask. I'm like, so Kyle, now that you're eating super duper healthy all the time, getting all your lean meat and your veg and your fruits, has it fixed your sleep schedule?
No, not my sleep schedule at all.
Clearly not.
I'm still getting my solid 8 or 20 hours, but you know, that's you know, it's just different times of the day. I sent you that picture the other night. That salmon that I had was off the barbecue. I put it on a piece of cedar, and I put the cedar on the barbecue and put it in there for like 15 minutes at around 400 degrees on the barbecue grill. That was incredible. And then I made those fiesta beans and that rice and that cream spinach. That was a good meal.
The meal I sent, that was broiled salmon with a bunch of shit on it, and then what is rice pilaf? What the fuck else is in there? Because there were these bigger things in there that tasted good. I don't know what they were though.
I don't know what rice pilaf.
I've never asked that question. I've had it before, but I don't know pilaf in any other context. I never hear about like pasta pilaf or you know, chicken and pilaf.
Let's find out what's pilaf.
I don't know what pilaf is. I just know every time I've seen that, I'm like, oh, those things. I know that I like those things.
A Middle Eastern or Indian dish of rice cooked in stock with spices, typically having added meat or vegetables.
It always, it's very flavorful.
It sounds a lot like a risotto.
Yeah, it seems almost exactly like a risotto.
Yeah, what's the difference?
I feel full after the risotto.
Between pilaf and risotto.
This
rice pilaf is made by
first
first cooking the rice in a small amount of fat to cook the starch before the liquid is added. Okay. Risotto is a creamy rice dish made with short grain Italian rice. They're very similar. All right. Okay. Well, there's your food trivia for today.
You guys want to hear about this teenager that rammed into a cop because he couldn't see?
Yes.
Sure.
A teenager is facing serious consequences after ramming into a police car and breaking a police officer's leg. Benjamin Saranini says he had trouble seeing out of his windshield on Friday because the pot smoke fogging up his car windows. He admitted he was trying to flee the police near Australia after smoking cannabis with some friends. Driving away from the scene, he panicked and sideswiped a police cruiser, pinning a senior constable against the car and breaking the officer's leg. The constable is still in the hospital after undergoing surgery on Monday. A day after the incident, he saw a newspaper about the injured cop, realized he was in trouble. He allegedly tried to get rid of the car and its license plate so he couldn't be identified. But the teen, who doesn't have his driver's license yet, agreed to turn himself in. Now, this is my favorite. He initially faced 14 charges, including ramming an emergency vehicle, assaulting a police officer, conduct endangering life, and unlicensed driving. Instead, he will participate in a drug education program with strict requirements, including a weekly check-in.
Damn. It seems like turning yourself in really lessens the problems legally. But that's also like he broke a cop's leg.
Yes, he couldn't see out the windshield because he hotboxed so bad. Rammed a cop, broke his leg. The cop's still in the hospital at the time of the story. I want to know who his attorney is. I got to have this guy's number.
And people say that pot is safe. Well, let this be a lesson. Not at all. It's the most dangerous drug.
It's a gateway drug.
It's a gateway. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gateway to crack cocaine.
And Cheetos.
To crocodile.
Crocodile, yes.
Yeah. You smoke pot once, you're on that crocodile.
I can't believe he got off with a weekly check-in.
Yeah, that's maybe he's really rich or something. That seems to happen to rich people.
I don't like any dealer who like sells anything other than pot. Like if your pot dealer is like, hey, you want some pills? You're like, this is no good. This is no good. This is no good. No, only fucking pills. Only fucking pills. Jesus Christ. Like if they roll out some crystal methamphetamine or some anything harder than marijuana.
I'm on the other end of this fence. I would like my hypothetical pot dealer to be able to offer anything else I want, and not just crystal meth and stuff. What if I want penicillin without the problem of going to a doctor? Or steroids. Steroids, huh? EPO? TJ Dillashaw look great. Get me some EPO. I want all that shit.
Dude, just go into any Gold's Gym and find the seediest looking wop in there and go ask him for steroids and you'll find it. Like you'll find him.
Is that
Definitely.
true?
Yeah. I mean, according to TV, like from what I've seen in shows, it's always some guys like, yeah, noticed you were struggling a little bit there with your deadlift. And it's like, well, we're in Missouri. Why are you talking like that? Nah, I just kind of adopted it after I started selling steroids. Yeah. My name's Luigi Filodici, and you can buy it here. Yeah. Steroids would be a use. Yeah, I can almost see that, Woody. Like you would want your drug dealer to be the Walmart of drug dealers, where you show up and it's like you're looking through glass cases, seeing things. And then, well, actually, but those glass cases will be full of terrifying things like fentanyl and heroin.
Who cares? He'll be like, hey, Woody, you want some fentanyl? I'll be like, no, but what do you got in the EPO line? Like I got a rash. You got anything for that? Huh?
But see, let's say you're at Walmart drug dealer. You go in. He happens to get busted while you're there getting your little bit of pot.
Mm-hmm.
You're both busted for fentanyl, heroin, crack cocaine, this, that, and you're
just
here
works?
for pot. I don't know how that works.
Apparently,
but
pot's a big problem. My friend had 2 years worth of legal troubles for it.
That's true. That's funny. My friend too.
I know a guy like that.
See him every morning when I'm brushing my teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's no way that'll stick. I feel like one thing for sure that always gets you in a ton of trouble is hurting a cop. Which, on the flip side, I feel like, you know how rapists and pedophiles get fucked with in prison the most?
Mm.
If you mess with cops, are you like an upper echelon in the prison?
Do
because
they
they're
carry
like, oh, what are you
around on a
for?
chair like at a bar mitzvah?
No.
No?
I don't think so.
Just a good guess.
I don't think so. I'm not even sure that the rapists have a hard time. I think maybe the pedophiles would.
I've heard pedophiles don't always have a hard time.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
I've heard that to be a successful pedophile, excuse me for cutting you off, you have to be very charming, right? It's not easy to get into an 11-year-old boy's pants. So you're the kind, if you can talk the pants off an 11-year-old boy, then you can work your way into prison popularity.
I don't know. I feel like the Tootsie Pop and NyQuil approach isn't going to work on, neo-Nazi Steve over there.
I bet it works.
Add it up.
If I'm a bored prison Nazi,
I don't want a sucker. Adolf, get him.
Tootsie Pop and NyQuil. What if I'm in prison and I'm a Nazi or something? I'd be like, Tootsie Pop and NyQuil. That actually sounds like a good way to pass the time.
Yeah.
In prison, it probably would be.
I was buying some like Tylenol cold and flu cough syrup like when I was sick a few months ago, and they ID'd me. And I was like, what the fuck? Why? Like kids have colds too. She was like, You know how them kids is? They be making lean at this shit. And I was like, should you be cursing behind the counter, man? Yes.
This is
I
I
got-
got
He was like, fuck this job.
I got ID'd at Home Depot 2 days ago. I bought spray paint.
And they ID'd you.
Mm-hmm.
I've been ID'd for spray paint. I've been ID'd for the stuff that compressed air you use to like clean your screen and keyboard and stuff.
Oh.
I've been ID'd for fucking R-rated movies.
What?
Yeah.
Did they think you were 16?
That's what I said. I was like, I mean, I know, but I'm not. I'm not 16, right? Like, come on. She's like, I have
It's
to
that
ID
skincare regimen.
Mm-hmm.
I have to ID everyone. It's like, no, you don't.
No, I could blow through you and get right into that theater if I want. I mean, for one, I still buy tickets to PG-13 movies and sneak into R1s just for the rush. That's my addiction. Yeah, I'll take one to.
Have you ever bought a ticket, went into the theater, and just stayed all day?
No, I've never.
I've thought of it, though.
I'm too
Yeah.
antsy. I have to move around more than that. I wouldn't want to watch that many movies back to back.
Oh, well, they've got an arcade.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I watched the movie, timed everything right, had my lunch there. I figure if I'm eating a lunch here, they're profiting plenty. All right. They're not losing a dime off me. I just paid $18 for a hot dog, a Coke, and some fries. They're good. Plus, God knows that that roll of quarters disappeared pretty fast playing Area 51. So
And with the arcade, every once in a while you get the absolute treat of seeing really, really competitive DDR players, which is it's just funny to watch, because they're never anyone who like you'd be out at a music bar and they'd be out there cutting a rug. It's always some guy who would never dance in public who's just like boom, 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 boom. They got their hand on the bar behind them to make sure that their stability is clear. Like that.
They're like half sitting, like I don't know. They're doing a dip the whole time and just using their feet like hands. It's amazing.
It's pretty impressive. I have a buddy. This was probably 12 years ago now, but we were probably 16 or so, and he had gotten pretty overweight. And his parents were like, "Hey, you need to lose some weight, like from a health perspective." And he's like, "I'm not fucking running. I'm not fucking weightlifting. I am building a DDR pad, and I'll do that until I lose weight." And he's like one of the smartest people I've ever met in my entire life. And so he like went and bought touch sensors and like, because he's like, I remember I went over to his house once and he was like, "Taylor, get a load of this." And he just showed me a listing from like DDR.com for one of their metal things. I'm like, yeah, $1,500 for one. That's quite a bit. He's like, yeah, not doing that. I went to Home Depot, bought everything I needed for $160, and I ordered these sensor pads online. And he built like a fully functional, like screwed in heavy metal with like grip pads on the bottom thing. And I was like, all right, okay, you're not going to lose weight on this. He lost a tremendous amount of weight doing Dance Dance Revolution, to the point that probably 6 months later, I'd seen him multiple times, but never while he was doing DDR. I watched him do one, and his feet, fleet feet.
Yes.
So fast. Like Bruce Lee would have been watching, like, how does he do it? Like that was how fast it was. So if you're fat out there and you don't want to run, you don't want to lift weights, you don't want to eat better, build yourself a DDR pad and get really into one of those I, my little butterfly, diddly diddly dee, doodly doodly doo songs where it makes you step a lot. So,
dude, if I'm a
my health
parent,
tip of the day.
I have mixed feelings. Like on one hand, great, my son, he's taking on a hobby, he's losing weight, he's getting fit, he's getting smart, building. That's great. On the other hand, why does the sound of my child losing weight have to be like? Jesus Christ, this whole house sounds like this.
You know what? We like you fat.
I'm trying to watch TV.
At the age I was when I saw that, it didn't even register to me that it was clearly booming, resonating sounds throughout the house.
Yes.
Oh, that would suck.
Take
But
up
yeah,
the
that
drums.
seems like
You're
a
making
good-
me crazy.
Speaking of self-care, which is important, everyone, we all need to practice self-care. Is I've always put like beard oil in my beard because it's supposed to be good for your skin and the health of your hair and everything. And recently, like in the last probably 6-8 weeks, I was like, this shit's expensive. I don't believe it's doing anything. Fuck that. And today I was like just absentmindedly at my computer, like scratching my chin, and I looked down at my shirt, and there was like facial dandruff on my shirt from dry face skin. And so, joke's on me. I guess that beard oil isn't snake oil. It actually does something. So
Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna need to be doing that. So I can create a good bit of it right now. I bet get a good bit of it going with my dry skin because I take very hot showers, and I think that oil was the only thing keeping my skin healthy. And
Taylor's
6
new
weeks of
bit
that
for the
was enough.
show, like watch it snow.
Yeah, watch it snow. Well, I'm doing good things with it. I'm collecting it in little piles and then selling it to kids on playgrounds as cocaine to teach them the value of learning who your drug dealer is before you buy.
Not me. I'm collecting it. I put it in water, sell it as bath water. It's got DNA in it.
That'd be so funny. I'm selling teeth bags of face dandruff. Oh, that's so funny.
What did
But yeah,
Kyle
so if
link
you have a
here?
beard, don't stop your oil regimen. That's not a joke.
Holy smokes, this dude is yoked.
This guy is pretty fucking funny. He is he's pretty nuts.
This guy's
He's
huge.
He is a self-proclaimed juice head, and he's got some funny takes on things. It's good stuff.
This is called Robert Frank 615.
Yeah, is there? Oh, here I'm
Are there
watching his
videos?
most recent video. You guys want to cue it up? We'll play it.
Yes.
Sure.
Ready, set, play. What is it? What is this song? I can't. I didn't preview it.
I paused it.
It's got music.
It's got music.
Wow.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. I didn't.
If people don't know this, that's like the thing YouTube is super efficient at, like ruining videos for.
How about scroll down to the one where he's shirtless in his car? How about that one?
All right. Ready, set, play.
In this episode of Hoes Ain't Shit, I want to tell you guys a story, something that I saw with my own 2 eyes this weekend at the bar. There were a couple of bros and a couple of hoes out on a girls' night out. My boy was talking to this chick all night long, making out with her, feeling her up right there at the bar. Mind you, her engagement ring was blinding the fuck out of me, depending on how the light was hitting it. And no, my man was not her fiance, although he is jacked and tan. He could have gotten any chick in the bar he wanted, but that's besides the point. So I'm sitting there, lamping in the back like the Mac, with none of my gear black except my shirt, my jeans, and a little bit of my Louboutins, observing, watching all this shit go down. She tells him, I'm going to tell my man I'm going to bed. She gets up from the high top, walks over to the corner, and I can see with my own 2 eyes, her tell her boyfriend she loves him. She said, I love you. She loves him so much that 5 minutes later, my boy is knocking the stuffing off her Egg McMuffin all night long. Girls' night out. You mean stranger at the bar buy me drinks and turn me out. Bros, if you get that good night, I love you text, that means some other bro is banging her melon off the fucking headboard. Stay woke, motherfuckers. In this episode of Jose.
He's stuffing her Egg McMuffin.
I wish I could quote it. He was like, I'm not wearing any black except for my shirt, my pants, and my shoes.
You should see him like his full like upper body like shirtless
Physique looks good.
He's got his waist is impossibly small and ripped, while his chest and shoulders are impossibly wide and large. He's on so much steroids.
Yeah.
That guy rules. Like
He's
just
got
embracing it.
He absolutely does. I saw Rogan talking about this guy, and I started watching his shit. I wish I could find the one that Rogan played, where he literally, I wouldn't say raps, but he definitely rhymes. And
What's on his head? Is that his shirt? What am I looking at?
it's a do-rag, but his head is so big it probably is comprised of a shirt.
I don't know if I'm getting on board with the do-rag.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with his hair at all. Oh, you'd like this guy a lot. I see he's dressed as a clown if you scroll down enough. That's
No, he could be
interesting.
my friend.
Yeah,
He's rear naked choking a sex doll.
I like his chances of victory in there.
Yeah, this guy's great.
Someone I tweeted for people to send me funny things for the show, and someone sent me a Pornhub link, but it's not porn. It's just a fat BBW who's at a public park fully clothed getting stuck in children's slides, which must be a fetish for someone because this has more views than
Well,
are actually
I would like to watch that, but I got a feeling that like all around it are embedded
That's the
porn
challenge,
ads
yeah.
and links and such.
Oh, you're right,
But you
yeah.
could PM that to me, and I'll get a good laugh later.
Can we watch the Coast Guard video? This thing's going kind of viral right now.
Too fat. The suggested videos. Too fat for that. Bed breakers. BBW trying on jeans.
Bed breakers.
SBBW Ivy bounce car hood. Bored amateur BBW diaper girl fills. Jesus fuck. Two suit SS BBW. Is that even fatter? Super big beautiful woman.
I don't know what that is. Oh, I was going to tell you, Taylor, you should buy some beard oil from Kiddy. Have you ever used her stuff?
I haven't, but I'm out right now, and so I'm open to a new brand.
If you go on Etsy, it's One Tree Lane Soapery. I'm sure she would appreciate the business. I use her soaps. I use a lot of her stuff, and she has beard oils and all sorts of lotions, and she makes everything like on the old-fashioned way.
The way my grandfather made soaps.
Absolutely. She makes lip balm and beard oils and lotions and all kinds of stuff. She literally makes it from hand, like with no like chemicals that are like I don't know how to say it, but like apparently a lot of the people that make soap themselves like do like the shortcut route where there's chemicals in there that aren't good for you, but she's doing it in a very old fashioned way.
Nice. I'll patronize her store. Get some.
Yeah. What is it again?
One Tree Lane, right?
One Tree Lane Soapery. Yeah. Yeah, we could watch the Coast Guard video. I've seen it. I don't know if you have.
I have.
I have not seen it.
Really? Let's watch it and see.
I'd do this. Like,
really?
I'm not too impressed with this guy.
Huh. All right. Are we ready?
I have to get rid of ad block, you fucks. Okay. I'm ready.
Hold on.
Oh, wow.
You have to click on it and wait 15 seconds.
Bulldog.
Leaps onto
And I
drugs.
just read your
and
mind.
Oh, I can't mute the
agree.
ad.
The bed
Wait, I
looks
can
good.
mute the tab.
But you got to take care of it, though, yeah.
Screw you.
It's funny because of the show. Every single news site on Earth is muted, like because of all their
They autoplay so often. Yeah.
They should know by now. People hate that. All right, I'm ready.
Ready?
Yeah, I don't see any of those.
Ready, set, play. So he's yelling in Spanish and basically he's telling the boat to stop.
Yeah, I'm sure they can hear him inside their submarine.
A submarine.
That's what I thought. Also, is this submarine not waterproof on the top or something? Can't it go down?
I don't know why it's not going down.
That would be my strategy. If I had a
That'd
submarine,
be move number one.
I don't think these boats have like submarine finders.
Sonar.
Yeah, that's what it would be. When he jumped on, here's where I was shocked. He's not wearing swim clothing at all.
He's wearing like 50 pounds of gear.
Yeah, he's got like guns and knives and what's in that backpack? Is he staying overnight on the back of that? Like, the heck? And he has boots on?
My mom said I could stay over. Open the hatch.
Like that, that was actually the most impressive part to me. Like if I had that, let me pause this. If I had that job, I would be wearing like a wetsuit with like a pistol, maybe at the most. I don't know what.
Yeah, like
I'd be wearing
Cell.
swim trunks, right? Like swim trunks and those grippy. Each toe goes into its own sleeve shoes where you can't slip.
Right.
That's what you'd want if you're topside on a submarine.
You got to look better than that, Taylor.
I think you want an outfit that'll work whether you're jumping into a submarine or just going for a nice little jog, right? Like you probably can't have. You're not Batman. You don't have a special suit for every possible scenario.
Oh
no. Well, I
don't
don't even
know.
own what I just said I would wear. I don't have those goofy ass shoes.
I think that you could expect a Coast Guard submarine boarding outfit to be part of the deal. That's what he does.
I'm guessing that this is the kind of submarine that doesn't actually go like deep below the ocean. I think that's just it. It does what we saw there. Is my guess.
It's just
then why not just take a boat around?
Because this has no radar signature, and you can't spot it with a pair of binoculars either.
Maybe a faster boat. I guess you cannot run a helicopter.
They use those a lot. They use really fast boats, but I think submarines are pretty common. With Rogan had a guy who had worked. He was some sort of Mexican cartel interdiction officer or something like that. Like he signed up to be a cop, but then they handed him a machine gun and told him he worked for the army now. like you know, and they were basically going to battle the cartel. There was this hilarious part where he talked about the arms race that they had with the cartel. He's like, first we all had trucks with little armor on them. And then the cartel showed up with this giant war rig, like something out of Mad Max, completely covered in armor. And there was nothing we could do because we had nothing that could penetrate it. So then we brought the helicopters in with rockets, and they were able to take out the armored war rigs. And you might think that that's the end of the story, but then the cartel got rockets, and they started shooting down the helicopters. And it's like, holy shit, the cartel got rockets? Yeah, the cartel has rockets. They're billionaires.
All those cartels have like deep tendrils into real governments where it's like, hey, we're going to need some of these rockets and some of this. And they're like, oh, well, we would prefer you not to. It's like, yeah, no, we're taking them, and you can stop me if you please. Do your parents still live at 123 La Quinta
They pull
Lane?
out Wings of Redemption. I see.
I need a rocket. Quick question. Do
Is
you
your
love your
girlfriend's
wife?
name Stacy Murphy? Is her phone number 7703? What are you doing, dude? What are you doing right now?
The video's still up?
Yeah, it's still up. Yeah, I watch it every Friday on the clock.
That's part of Kyle's classic Wings.
Just to remind me of that time when Wings Redemption threatened Keemstar to his face at a peace arbitration for some sort of physical harm and death, like threaten his girlfriend essentially. And Keemstar's like, I know what you're doing. You're trying to intimidate me. He's like, no, I'm not trying. I'm just trying to make sure that all of this information that I have on you and where you live and what your phone number is and what your girlfriend's name is accurate. It's like, what are you going to do with that information? Nothing. This is like, dude, you're trying to threaten me right now, and I'm not afraid of you, Wings.
Well,
I love when you guys tweet me horrible jokes. This was my wife caught me having sex with my daughter. You should have seen the look on her face. I don't know if it was because I was having sex with my daughter or because she didn't know the abortion clinic let us keep her. That's terrible.
Oh my God.
A+ to you, my friend, Mr. Matt.
I saw a clip of Wings like day before yesterday that I'd never seen before, and it was when he did this podcast with like 8 viewers, like mid 2017. I don't know who the other guys are, and I shouldn't have even mentioned.
but you're not talking about the podcast show with White Boy and the gang.
No, I know those guys.
Yeah.
I didn't know these guys though. And so Wings is on their show. They don't seem to know him very well, but that was kind of the sense I got from the 2-minute clip. I think he's just like a guest, like maybe, like we have sometimes guests who have no idea what's up. And they're talking about maybe retirement or like end goals, nest eggs, that sort of future sort of planning type stuff. And Wings goes, I'll tell you what my plan is. 2 more years, I'll have my house paid off. Then I'm going to take this gun, and he pulls out the 1911, takes the magazine out, and this hollow point bullet, and I'm going to blow my fucking brains out. And they all go, wait, what? we usually talk about FIFA and Mario and the new Smash Brothers.
Apparently,
and shit, but
retirement plans, 401ks, and FIFA.
Why pay off your house before you kill yourself?
I was confused about that too.
gotta leave it for granted.
If I could just make my last car payment, then I won't have any more.
Yeah, then I have no more obligations.
Yeah.
You know, I want to.
As soon as I finish paying off my house, I'll have insurmountable problems.
I'd never seen him like I'd heard him like allude to killing himself on Twitter, but here he was like holding the gun and with the bright bullets in it and being like, I'm gonna blow my brains out with this right here in 2 years as soon as this house is paid off. And it was like, fuck. And they all reacted like as you would think they would. They were just like, who the fuck are you? What the fuck are you talking about? Don't do it.
We need to have Wings as a guest on the show. I think that would.
No,
be
we
cool.
don't.
That would be
No,
cool.
he won't. First of all, he won't come. Second of all, I don't want him. Like he's not coming. He's absurd.
Totally not coming. He's not. He would never.
He's not wanted. He's the worst. He's the worst. He's the worst. You're not caught up with his videos. You don't watch the horrible person he is day in and day out.
Is he still doing? Because in my mind,
Yes,
first of all, what you said is right. I'm not as steeped, especially in the current stuff. But my impression was he was on Lexapro and kind of just chill.
Well, he's adjusted because he's a real piece of shit, like he always was. Like just super rude. Grandma will come in like, Jordy, I'm going to the store. Do you need anything? No, Grandma. I've told you not to come in here. There's a whole post called "Rings of
being
Elder
mean to
Abuse."
grandma?
Yeah, he's an elder abuser.
I saw
Well, being
that.
short with your grandma isn't elder abuse.
No, and he wasn't even that
we don't see what
short.
happens off camera.
Wait, I might
It
have
could be
that
anything.
link.
It could even be elder abuse.
No, I don't have the link anymore. I could find it, but I think that they overblew it. That he just like she's like, "You want anything?" And he's like, "No," and like she presses him, and he just doesn't. He wants to be in his own world while he's doing his streaming.
Yeah, I saw a longer version where he's just very rude to her. He's just very rude to her is all, and she's just trying to be nice to him or whatever.
Well, that's sad.
He's
Poor
the
old
bad guy.
lady.
I think sometimes
Yeah.
I insert the fill in the blanks. I mean to say in the nicest possible way, which isn't always accurate, right? Like I'm like, well, maybe he just doesn't want grandma exposed to the internet and all the abuse that comes with it.
No, he just wants to be left alone so he can play Rainbow.
Is that a big game at all? I never hear anyone talking about Rainbow.
I don't care for the
I'm
game
not
personally.
plugged into the
It's
video
one of those
game.
games where like you get shot once in the head and you're just dead. So it's there's a lot of like just holding corners and holding like hallways and stuff with guns and being super tactical. It's definitely not for me. I think it's fairly good sized on Twitch. Like it's probably in the top 10 of like shooters or something like that for what that's worth. But it's his game of choice.
Okay. Is this video I just linked the monkey one you guys were talking about?
This is the monkey video.
Okay, I haven't watched this yet. I was excited to watch the monkey video.
Neither have I, but I am down. Oh, it's not very long. It's 36 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, monkeys get it done.
Right ear audio only, the way the Indians like it.
Oh man.
Yeah, so you're gonna want to adjust.
Oh, this feels awful. All right, I'm ready.
I'm
good.
just making it as big as possible. All right, ready, set, play.
Guy pulls up on his moped.
This is
doing
terrible.
Indian person stuff. Look at that monkey stalking him.
Oh, in the
Already
background?
stalking him. Yeah. Then they're on it. They're on it.
Two monkeys after him. Oh, yeah, he's got a little defense going. He needs to put in some offense. Give that thing a kick. Give it a
He's
kick.
like, where did all of these monkeys come from?
Give it a
The
kick,
old
my
lady with the
brother.
broom.
Ah.
Don't you want an hour of that?
I need to know how it ends.
They ate him.
They did. Let me see.
They killed him and ate him. They devoured that poor Indian man. Those monkeys were like the size of a not medium-sized dog, but like bigger than a small dog. That's not like a Jack Russell Terrier sized monkey. That's like it's a I don't know. That looked like a 25-pound monkey that one did. Those look big.
Yeah, and they have fangs. Like they got dirty little fucking fingernails to scratch
And
you
I
with.
bet they're filthy too. I bet if they like cut you or bite you, they scratch you or bite you, like that's a guaranteed infection.
Yeah, but he's
it
probably
says here that-
pristinely clean.
The two things: one, he makes his living selling incense sticks, so he might smell delightful. And two, he got away and had rabies injections.
Oh
Shit. Well, at least he got
I
it
wonder
taken care of.
So you remember they used to? Have you ever had to get rabies shots? Anyone?
Yeah.
They did the
Not-
multiple injections in your stomach.
Mm-hmm. No, just one.
Oh, it
You
must have
maybe
been.
had a rabies prevention shot, right? Like the vaccine.
There's a vaccine.
That
Am I
must be
wrong
what I
about
had
that?
then.
I might be wrong.
I'm also not good at keeping track of my vaccinations. I'm hoping
Well-
my parents took care of that.
Well, you do have a touch of the autism, so I think they kept pretty up to date on it.
That's true. I got a touch of the tism.
Yeah,
So I think I'm good in
you're a little
vaccinated.
tismatic. They
Yeah, that monkey thing, that is so fucking funny, especially like the way that even after he thinks he's retreating and he turns around again, two more monkeys fall in behind him. It's like they had tactics, preliminary tactics expecting him to go that way.
It's like they've done this shit before.
Mhm. What was their end goal though? To eat him, to steal his incense sticks, hoping he had fruit or mangoes in his pockets? Like what do you think they were going for?
I don't know. Mangoes
just-
are delicious.
Guy who smelled like lavender. Time to take him down.
They seemed angry with him. Like maybe he wasn't supposed to be there. Like they felt like he was intruding on their territory.
Maybe monkeys are mean. They're almost some monkeys are mean. They're almost as mean as birds, or at least these ones looked almost as mean as birds.
There is a rabies vaccine, by the way, but they don't give it to everyone. They give it to people who are at high risk of coming into contact.
Yeah, I had a friend who was playing tennis, nighttime tennis court, and he was doing that thing before you serve. You toss the ball up and catch it repeatedly, and the bat sonared in on the ball and followed it back to his hand and bit him on the fucking hand.
Wow,
And-
shit luck.
And nowadays, I think they give you a single shot, like a single injection. But back then, and this wasn't even that long ago, like maybe 10, 12 years ago, it was multiple injections in your stomach. Like you had to go back like every week or something like that and get another one. I bet that hurts to get an injection in your stomach.
I've heard
Better
it's
than
awful.
dying.
So I think Kyle's right. When I was a kid, that was the thing they would tell you to scare you away from animals. They're like, do you see a squirrel or a rabbit or something that's injured? Rabies shots, 15 shots to the stomach. The needle is this long. And like they'd be like, oh my God, no, I don't want that.
Yeah.
But rabies is one of those diseases that once you start to show symptoms of it, you're already dead, right?
It's fatal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rabies is fatal if you let it go too far.
You get like lockjaw, you can't swallow. And because you can't swallow, your mouth is like foaming up.
I've always said, like,
Damn.
if I were some sort of warlord in the future, I would start like a zombie adventure park that you would have to pay to come and, kill zombies in. And the way to create a zombie is to inject homeless people with rabies and let it take its course. They get angry, they're foaming at the mouth, they're violent.
You need a lot of homeless though, because there's going to be a good deal of turnover with those zombies.
There's going to be a lot of homeless in the future, I feel, in this apocalyptic scenario where I've become a warlord.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're the warlord, I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
There's going to be winners and losers in Kyle's future.
You're a job creator.
There you go.
It's part-time jobs and very temporary. Job creator.
I'm a temp here. Yeah, me too. Oh God, I hate them. Not even humans.
This is homeless people we're talking about, not even humans?
I didn't say that.
Oh.
How dare you? Bigot.
Oh, okay.
You're not very woke, Woody.
I've been
We're all
told.
woke. None of us be sleeping.
It's 2019. They're real estate impaired. They're domicile challenged.
I know there's a lot of reasons, but like, okay, if you go to Skid Row, right? I think that's the name of the place in like LA, Hollywood, where there's literally like 1,500 homeless people all bundled together. What's the most common reason they're there? Or is it mental illness? Could be drug addiction.
I would say those are the top two. Drug addiction.
Yeah, and they go
then
hand in hand.
mental illness.
I bet it's hard to find a mentally ill guy who doesn't have some drug addiction and a drug addict who doesn't have some mental illness. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but like I said I think I had this this point of view on our last hangout. Become a patron, and you can hang out with us for 4 hours on the weekends. It's a lot of fun. I think if you pay $50, I think my point of view was, look, if any of us became quote unquote domicilically challenged and became a hobo, someone would take us in. I was like, we all have somebody, and multiple people. Like we all probably have half a dozen people at least we could think of who would take us in. Taylor'd be on in his grandparents' farm, at some point. You'd be at one of your buddies' houses or something like that.
Maybe go to my guest house.
You don't have a guest house in this scenario.
You don't just lose one home.
Yeah.
you
Jackie's
lose the
taken
whole
everything. She got a very good judge and lawyer, and she's taken everything.
The woodwork can travel dozens of miles north in the air, seeking another home.
No, she's taking the paramotor too. She's taking.
Looks like this one's already taken.
The farmer's like, the fuck are you thinking? You coming into my house? Trying to take it back off.
Another night searching for a home.
Yeah, but that's because we're all decent human beings. Like
Decent.
baseline decent to have someone who will take you in. I would argue. Like, you don't have to be the best person. Like, almost everyone has someone, and not everybody has family. I get that. But we've all got a friend. I've got friends who would take me in. Like, Chiz would totally set me up if I needed to go somewhere. I know I would. He's got some real estate. He'd put me in one of his places, all right? These people who end up homeless on the street are human fucking garbage. All right? They don't have a family member, a friend, an associate, a hanger-on. Nobody that they've ever crossed paths with will be like, yeah, man, you can crash on my couch. Yeah, man, just throw a blanket on the floor. Yeah, man, I got an old car in the back. You want to put a pop-up tent in the backyard? They can't even get to that. So they're on the streets because of this. So by this rationale, I say they're all pieces of shit, mostly. I mean, some are just crazy and like I don't know, fucking shoving gummy bears up their assholes and dancing in the streets all night. But like the ones that aren't that out of this world crazy are just pieces of shit, and that's why they have to be out there on the street, right?
Painting with a pretty broad brush there. Like,
yeah.
Well,
That's
we're not
how-
known
that's
for
how I
our
roll.
nuance.
no, I'm not.
No, Kyle's entirely convinced me.
Good.
I'm
Compelling
sold.
point.
So next time you're driving down the street late at night, nobody's around, no cameras. You're in your truck. You see one of these fuckers hobbling across the street. Who's to say he didn't stumble out in front of you?
If he's hobbling, you're probably not even the first.
There you go.
I saw that fucking asshole today on the side of one exit when I was driving around.
Wait, do
The
we know
same
this
guy I
person?
mentioned before, who during the winter he's wearing track pants or
yes.
sweatpants, and during the summer he's got his jorts on with one leg like taped up behind it, and it's like, I remember you. Pick a different exit.
It seems like he should have one leg in the winter. It's way easier to disguise.
Yeah, more clothes.
Yeah, he could
I
have a
don't
trench
think
coat
he's
on.
necessarily a critical thinker.
It's like, he waits until it's shorts and t-shirts weather to hide a leg.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
And he has the sign just says "Help a veteran," and it's like, you fucking liar. You're pretending to have. I wonder what the sign's going to say in the winter. I've never paid attention. When he's no longer a veteran, he's like now just homeless or something, and he has both his legs because he's clearly
already
trying to
gets
right now
10% off
play
at
up the
AutoZone.
one leg thing. Yeah, you know.
And you want me to move seats for this piece of shit? I think not.
This asshole hippity hopping his way.
If you
over
think
here.
I'm gonna wait until they unload those caskets to get off, you've got another thing coming. That's what he says.
Right, it's always me.
You're the one.
I didn't say that.
You didn't say that. No, you didn't. He said it.
You know, I think that's actually pretty fair. Why do the dead get off before we do? They're getting off down there, like, but underneath.
Is that really
the
a
plane.
thing? I've never seen
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, they'll take the caskets out first, and you all have to wait on the plane. But it's like they're not impeding us from getting off. Now you're just putting a damper on my spirits, remembering that we're fighting in a war that none of these good folks had to die for in the first place. Just let me get in there and buy a $9 fucking pretzel from Auntie Anne's and forget this in a bath of butter and sugar. And salt.
Those are good pretzels.
They're so good. You can taste like the amount of butter. Like I feel like they make those pretzels, and you know how you use just like a whole stick of butter sometimes on your corn cob, and you rub it down, and you can see the middle of it forming and everything. I feel like that's what they do with
A
those
whole stick
Wetzel's
of butter,
pretzels.
Taylor?
No, like I'll say that you don't put a whole stick on there, but you take the stick of butter
Oh,
and
I
you
have
start
done that.
rubbing it on the
Yeah.
outside. I think that's what they do with those Wetzel's pretzels because it's just
They're
magnifique.
Fucking amazing.
When's the last time you had one?
I may be glorifying it because it's probably been 3 or 4 years.
Oh,
honestly.
okay. I to me, it was coming from a place of recency. It's why I asked.
No, those stay in
remember
my
them being
memory
great.
forever. I like airport. I like airport food most of the time.
So
Like-
expensive.
It's really expensive though. Yeah. Drinking at the airports it's crazy expensive. If you're trying to get drunk before the flight, that gets ridiculous.
Do you ever get
Oh,
air
yeah.
sick?
No,
I've never been
never.
airsick before. No.
nothing like that. I only get sick from like spinning.
I think if I drank before a flight, it'd get worse. I'd be awful.
I like to
Yeah.
sleep on the flight, and a few drinks definitely helps that. So I'll have a couple before I get on the plane. Have one more on the plane. Get my oversized pillow that I bring from my own bed wedged up into that wall. I bring an enormous pillow, and I just like I don't have to like lean my head all the way over here. It's just like
There's a girl
Pillow.
printed on it. It's one of those body pillows you snuggle with.
yeah, my wife. Did. Yeah, and no,
Wife.
it's just an yeah, my wife. It's just an enormous gel pillow, and it's one of the ones that stays cool all the time. Like the cool side of the pillow is the best side, and mine is always fucking cold, like almost too cold. It's wonderful. It's a wonderful thing. Yeah, I bring that bitch on the plane though. That's my carry-on.
Is it heavy? A gel pillow?
Yeah, it's not light.
It's not like a regular pillow. It's heavy.
No, yeah, it's. I wouldn't say. I would guess it's a solid 8 pounds. Like it's not like 20 or 30 pounds or anything. Like it's not strenuous. It's still a pillow, but it's definitely got some heft to it. If you get in a pillow fight with this, they're gonna know they got hit.
I sleep on the plane, but the thing is, I have sleep apnea, right? Kyle, you've heard me sleep, right? I used to do movie nights and stuff. I sometimes I'll wake up and I'll be like, what happened while I was asleep? Like, was the whole plane watching? How loud was I snoring on this? This is like, are you just all being polite and I didn't just snore insanely super loud?
You you're probably better now that you've got the CPAP or the BPAP or whatever it is. But,
I mean, I'm better when I use it. I don't think it cures you though.
Bring that bitch on the plane. I'm sure nobody will mind that at all.
It's super silent. It wouldn't.
Oh, that's a shame. I wish you had the really loud one. My dad. Actually,
did they used to be loud?
I thought my dad's was loud. I don't know. I haven't seen it in years and years.
Yeah, no, mine
maybe
you wouldn't.
Not. Maybe
you
I'm just
barely hear
imagining
mine
that.
if you put your ear on it. Like it's
okay.
Yeah.
I'm probably just imagining that. I'll never forget that scene from The Sopranos when Uncle Junior's been prescribed one, and he puts it on in the doctor's office, and Tony sees, and he goes, "How many planes you shoot down with that thing?" He looks like a World War II
Yes.
firefighter.
Oh gosh. Dude, I got a story. So that made me feel bad about my sleep apnea. That scene hurt my feelings, right?
Really?
Yeah. As it would. You know, like he's mocking the guy who's just like, I was going to say you, but me in this case. And it's like, oh, that's just my reality. Well, like a year and a half later, some guy writes me and he has sleep apnea. And he's like, it's awful. I'm not sleeping. It's constant. It's all these things. And he was in a serious relationship with his girlfriend. And one of his big drawbacks, just like one of mine, was that like he didn't want to, I don't know, just look imperfect in front of her when they slept. And I'm like, flip it around. Like, would you like her less if she wore it? And he said no. I said no. I wouldn't care. Like, it wouldn't be the way. It's just not a way that I measure someone that I'm with.
Yeah, it's that wouldn't fly. That's not gonna work.
Kyle's girl's got to have 10 fingers and a wide throat.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I don't know where we got to that.
Wide throat? I think that's literally what makes you snore, but I am, just sort of like.
I was thinking of, I thought you were going for oral sex somehow. No deviated septum having bitches. No, none of that. No.
And I can make fun of that because I am a deviated septum American. Yeah. We're a proud people. Sometimes we have whistly breathing.
I have everything. I have a deviated septum. I have, I guess, maybe a big tongue and like a narrow throat. Like I went to a ENT and I was like, I want the surgery that stops snoring. I've told this before. And he's like, nope, you snore for like 6 different reasons. Even if I went in there, you'd still be like mostly bad.
Yeah. Medically, you're what we call totally fucked.
My dad loves him. It was life changing for him because he had snored for 55 years or something like that of his life. And growing up, his bedroom door would be closed down the hallway to my bedroom. My bedroom door is closed, and I could still hear the crazy loud snoring. And his bedroom was really big, so like it actually like came into play with noise carrying from his actual bed across his bedroom, through that door, down the hall. Like we're probably almost 100 feet apart, and there's 2 doors. It was absurd. It was absurd how loud he was. And like whenever we would go on some sort of a vacation or something, and I would have to share a room with him. Oh, fuck me. I remember like we traveled to Griffin, Georgia to compete in this sporting clay shooting tournament one time when I was maybe 17, and I was just like, well, I guess I'm not getting any sleep tonight. I'll be good and fresh in the morning for the competition, I guess. Fucking nonsense.
You said it was life-changing for him. like he's not getting restful sleep either if he's in the same situation as me. When I got that machine, I woke up and it's like, oh my God, you people are all waking up like this. Like you guys have been getting restful sleep and you don't want to nap in the middle of the day. And like, oh yeah, you've had life cheat codes.
Yeah. I know he's really happy with it. And I think anyone who's sharing a room with him is too now.
Yeah. I haven't shared a room with a strange, like, every once in a while you go someplace, you share a hotel room. We've done it.
Yeah, we've shared rooms a lot.
I have not shared a room with anyone since I got the CPAP. I just buy my own because I'm still sensitive, I guess.
Oh,
yeah.
You should strap it on the show and break the seal. Should do a show wearing the CPAP.
I don't think you can talk. Advice.
That's how you do it. You jump in with both feet in front of 100,000 people.
That would be such a bad idea.
What if we all wore a CPAP? Would that make you feel better about it?
You guys can knock yourselves out.
Taylor, I'll send you a link.
Send me a link to a CPAP machine and we'll buy it.
Yeah, you need a prescription. It doesn't make any sense that you need a prescription, but you can't just buy them. Yeah.
Oh, bullshit. I'm going to going off the Asian market. I'm going to handle this right now.
Maybe you could.
Am I falling for an online prank with this forum?
No, it's a real thing. You're talking about the people with the waifu pillows and stuff?
Yeah, because I feel like I'm being had.
No, it's a real thing. It borders on mental illness, in my opinion. I've seen pictures of guys like having dinner with their parents, and they've brought their like waifu with them.
Those poor parents.
Yeah, you can see the shame in the parents' eyes. It's palpable. You can taste the shame.
If you go down to the 7th post, it's a picture of that guy from Yu-Gi-Oh. And it's got like 1,000 little Yu-Gi-Oh cards and a cake and a bunch of other pictures of him.
If you didn't have a girlfriend, how realistic would the sex doll have to be before you would make it your girlfriend?
I couldn't do that. I'd feel like I was going crazy every day.
More realistic than this pillow is.
Like
this is a cardboard cutout, so
definitely
more
realistic than the cardboard cutout. We're talking about some artificial intelligence here. Like what if she walks around, she greets you, she can answer your questions and stuff, but she's really got no like soul, and she's not able to. You can't like tell her a joke, and like you share your day with her, and she's like, "That's wonderful, dear. Would you like to fuck my throat again?" Like that. That's pretty much all she's got going for her. But she cooks really well. She keeps the place incredibly clean. All right. She washed her car. She cuts the grass.
Done.
Oh, God. Well, she doesn't have that much battery power.
Well, hold on, because you were starting to sell me with the yard work stuff and the cooking. And
yeah.
No, you'd feel like a madman. You would slowly lose your sanity.
But if you cheat on her, like she gets noticeably jealous.
What does she do?
Well, at first it's just cutting remarks, it's just
I'm dealing with a lippy bitch who's not even real. Fuck this whole thing. No, I'm gonna turn her off. She's got batteries. What the fuck's she gonna do? Oh, please,
she charges herself.
Please, Cebu Taylor, don't turn me off. No. Oh, when you want to trim the hedges, twitch a toe and I'll turn you back on. But until then, you're living in the shadow realm. I know that's a Yu-Gi-Oh thing.
I don't think we're that far from that.
Couldn't you pick up, a pink-haired one? Like, all right, this one got lippy because I cheated on her. This one I've never cheated on. New waifu.
I think maybe you just like pop the hard drive off, blow in it like an N64 cartridge, plug it back in, and she forgets all about whatever happened.
Bleach.
I don't think we're very far from
be real. My life-size, custom, anatomically correct Squidward plushie arrived this week. No, that's not a pussy on Squidward, is it?
Link it.
link it.
I gotta see Squidward's cunt.
Oh no, it doesn't have a pussy. It looks like it might in the smaller thumbnail image.
He's a boy. Duh. Oh
my God, that is life-size. He's put a fucking polo on it, boys.
Well, that's what Squidward wore, right?
I don't fucking know. I didn't watch that degenerate show.
I watched SpongeBob. I thought SpongeBob was funny.
I hated SpongeBob so much. I think it's such a stupid fucking waste of time of a show.
I haven't watched it in many years, but when I was younger, I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, I just remember when I was 16, waking up at a party and being super hungover and like nauseous, and this fucking kid was watching SpongeBob, and maybe that just imprinted on me in that way, that I was having that horrible, sickening, nauseous feeling, and SpongeBob was on, and that's the first time I was exposed to SpongeBob, and I was just like, this makes me sick.
And he was doing like his yeah, like annoying laugh.
Show me on the Squidward where he hurt you, Kyle. This is deep and painful. We're hearing.
It was awful.
A lot of these pillows are
Traumatic.
disconcerting. Like, wouldn't if this is going to be your wife? I'm sorry, your waifu. You should like give it a pussy hole, give it arms, legs. These are either cardboard cutouts or just long body pillows with a picture of an Asian anime character on it.
Yeah, so you can cuddle with them.
There's another Squidward, but this
You
one's
could cuddle
married
with
to
a body
chick.
pillow shaped like a this. I'm still not convinced this isn't a joke. Or at least
Well, it's
some of these
definitely
people
a
are joking.
joke.
Nobody's snuggling up with Squidward being like, "Oh yeah, baby, give me a tentacle job," as you put it on your own dick.
A tentacle job.
Yeah, whatever the fuck you get.
I'm
Oh,
trying to-
actually, no, tentacle porn. That's big in Asia.
Mm.
That maybe this plays right into that.
Yeah, that's just because they can't depict real penises, though. They have to. So, but the tentacles are okay.
This guy traveled the world with his waifu. Oh Lord. Oh,
Don't
he had to buy
travel the
two. He had to buy
world with
2
your
plane
waifu.
tickets for this.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Well, is he throwing his waifu and is a carry-on, or is he bringing her like throwing her in the storage hole?
Kyle brought his pillow. It seems like he should bring his.
Mine's for napping on.
You can nap on one of these pillows. They sleep together. I don't think they have pussy holes.
no. I'm
Yeah,
sure
they all look
this one,
pillow
they're
shaped.
Having dinner with like a Pokemon character or something. All right, I'm doing that thing where if you spend too long looking into the abyss looks back into you. So I'm gonna not look at the waifu forum anymore.
Dude, let's talk about Google for a second. I'll give you a link.
What's Google up to? They have a new phone or something?
Kind of. It's funny you say it that way. Google employees listen to customers' audio recordings on Google Home smart speakers, the technology giant has admitted. Language experts are employed to analyze snippets of recordings by users, which Google claims helps improve its voice recognition technology. So, Google sells these speakers. You put them in your house and you can say, "Hey Alexa," I think that's Google. Play whatever, some song. Well, they're recording this and they're sending parts of it back. And something like 2% of all recordings get listened to. Google is claiming by these pretty much computer scientists that they can make their language recognition better. But it's not just like, hey, Alexa commands. It's random conversations that are getting recorded and sent back. And if I remember right, one of them was like Dutch audio that was leaked that wasn't supposed to be leaked. And
what was the percent? You said 2%?
0.2%.
And that's what they're admitting to. That thing is hearing every word you're saying. I worked with a client recently and like accompanied them to a Google meeting. And like at the end of it, Google, because they're so fucking rich, they're like, everybody, Google Homes for all. And they like handed out Google Homes to people. And I like took mine out of the box and I'm like, no, I'm not setting this up in my home so you can hear me be a retard on my own time. No.
That's so Facebook has taken a ton of heat for their lack of privacy, right? Everyone knows Facebook's listening to you. They listen to you like on your phone, and they are the things that you share with it are just used and they're shared with advertisers, and then they're shared in ways that you didn't even agree. Like Facebook, everyone knows is a privacy nightmare, and Google gets a total pass for reasons I don't understand.
It's so ridiculous.
They're embedding devices in your house and recording you all the time.
Yeah. It's fucking like end timesy kind of stuff. It's creepy. Like that level of power for a few corporations to hold. Like everybody was complaining, I think this was a year or two ago, where they're like, hey, I had my Facebook app open on my phone and I talked about kitty litter. I think that was the clip. And then I got served a bunch of kitty litter ads. That's weird. It's like this thing is listening to you 24/7.
Yeah. People with no cats. So this is a brand new thing that they're testing it with. And I don't know. I want people to know Google is just like Facebook, maybe worse.
Yeah.
I have another video
worse.
from
They're
this
more powerful.
from this Robert Frank guy.
Hmm.
I liked this one a lot. This
guy's
Jacked
great.
and tan. I'm ready.
Ready, set, play.
Today is Monday, International Chest Day, the most glorious day of the week. And this morning, I got this fuckboy in my DM, leaving me a 12-paragraph essay, telling me how I'm the antichrist of the fitness industry. He said I'm nothing more than a stereotypical juice head that needs to lay off the gear, because I'm not gonna live to see 50. When are these bitch-ass motherfuckers gonna learn that juice head is the highest compliment you can give a gym bro? What I eat doesn't make you shit. So bring on the treboloni sandwiches and shots of Glenn, because I got some fucking work to do. Unlike this motherfucker, whose hobbies include spin class, spending time with his Yorkie, and romantic walks to the smoothie bar. Yeah, motherfucker, I checked out your page, and I got one question for you. Do you even fucking lift? There's only two things in life that I give a fuck about. My next set and getting my noodle wet. And after this sick fucking chest pump, my pecs are gonna be popping out the top of my deep V-neck tee. And I'm gonna have the hottest chick in the bar down on her knee, screaming, please, Robert Frank, give me the D. And maybe I won't live to see 50, but who gives a fuck? Bury me in a double wide casket, motherfucker, and make sure you give me a spray tan before you close the box, because I want to be the most jacked and tan motherfucker to die that day. It's Monday.
This guy is great.
This guy is running away with Cool Guy of the Week.
I like it.
I'm the most jacked and tan. Got it out that day.
I mean, a double wide casket. Yeah, that's
Oh
the
my
best
God.
one.
You know how like
Eat a dozen pallbearers.
the game on YouTube keeps stepping up, right? Like you know, if you're a gaming commentary guy in 2009 or something, you just barely have a topic picked in mind in advance, and you don't have any camera, and you just show gameplay and maybe HD. Now, you've got your image superimposed, you've got scripts, you've got people are just stepping up their game all the time. To me, he's the new peak of this guy. He has scripts that he's reading. This is prime content right here. No one's better than him, jacked and tan.
I don't use Instagram at all, but this guy must be at the tippity top because he's making me laugh really hard. He reminds me of that gym bro on YouTube. I don't remember what his name. Bro Fitness or bro lifting
something. Dom Mazzagatti. It's not that, but it's Dom something.
Yeah, that guy. I don't
Dom
remember his channel, but
Italian.
He's very funny.
Yes.
Dom Italian.
Yeah, that guy's super funny, and but he stopped making videos. I think he's completely stopped. I could check on that. And but in one of his videos, he made like a subtle thing. He's like, "It's really hard to come up with new content. Lifting by definition is really repetitive."
Yeah, it really is.
I
liked how you would always find ways to just turn any video into like, and then when you're done pretending to have done leg day, back to curls. You know?
And bench pressing.
Yeah, bench pressing and curl.
You
want to give him a word from one of our fantastic sponsors tonight, Kyle?
Yes, indeed. This episode is brought to you in part by Squarespace. So it's sponsored by our friends over at Squarespace. Whether you need a domain, website, or online store, make your next move with Squarespace. With easy-to-use tools, you can create a beautiful website. With Squarespace is all in one platform. There's nothing to install, patch, or upgrade, ever. You can create a beautiful website or online store with an award-winning template. Squarespace's award-winning templates are the most beautiful way to represent your ideas online. Squarespace also offers a unique domain experience that's fully transparent and simple to set up. They're trusted by millions of people and some of the most respected brands in the world. Squarespace is used by a wide range of creatives and people, including musicians, designers, artists, restaurants, and more. Everybody needs their own corner of the internet today, so get started and start your free trial today at squarespace.com/PKA to get 10% off your first purchase. That's squarespace.com/PKA. Begin the next move in your career today with Squarespace.
Check them out.
Yeah, this Robert Frank guy is fucking hilarious. I wish I could find the one that Rogan played because it's almost like a rap. It all rhymes. It all rhymes. It's fucking hilarious. It's really good.
Yeah, I didn't want to put down Dan Blazarian. I know he's a friend of you and a friend of the show, but I feel like this guy is just taking it to the next level.
That's a different thing. It's a different thing. Dan's sort of showing you like sort of a fantasy world that you would like to obtain. He's a multimillionaire, and he's got houses and the cars and lots of women, and he also does the gun stuff and the travel stuff. This guy's a gym bro who does lots of steroids.
He's an entertainer, yeah. Whereas Dan's like a guy, an actual person. They're different things.
Yeah. I think we talked about UFC on PKN, so I guess we got that covered. What's the next thing that's happening? Next fight? I know fucking what is the next thing that's happened? I thought there was something on the horizon. Oh, Khabib. Khabib is fighting
that
Poirier. Yeah, well, not directly, but in like a month, I think. I think it's about a month from now. They're fighting, so that one's pretty interesting. But otherwise, I guess there's nothing else really going on.
It's in September, that fight you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, there are some interesting ones. Cormier versus Stipe and Nate Diaz versus Pettis.
Oh yeah, that's a big one.
Oh, and Romero versus Costa. The Juice Head, like battle of the Juice Heads.
Yeah.
That one's very interesting to me.
It's they both have such incredible physiques. They look like this guy. They look like real Juice Heads. But yeah, I hope honestly, like, I like Cormier enough to want him to win, but I like the outcome of Stipe winning more because I'd rather see Stipe fight John than Cormier fight John again, because I've seen that twice before. I know they're only getting farther apart in skill, not closer together. And I'd rather see Stipe fight John.
In my head, Cormier's career is going to end on a loss, right? He's over 40. I know you can't do the eye test, but I don't see him getting more athletic. And, he's just a guy who's going to lose one and then hang it up. So if like for his own health, I kind of want that to happen. You know what? Let Stipe win. Make it gentle. A rear naked choke. Cormier retire. Go on ESPN. Do your thing.
Yeah, I think he's trying to like rack up enough cash to ensure like a healthy retirement. And like I'm sure he's looking at the dollar signs that a John Jones fight would be. That's probably several $1 million for him.
I hope at this point he's just padding the score, right? I think he has enough to retire already, that he's done well.
Speaking of padding the score,
go on.
Did you see how much Robert Downey Jr. got paid for the last Avengers movie?
No.
He got like 20 million cash and 8% of the gross.
The gross is $2 billion, right?
Maybe it was like the adjusted gross, like after costs or something. I want to say the total came to around 75 million, regardless.
Good for him.
Yeah, he got $500,000 for the first one.
Think of how much cocaine he can buy with that.
He's not going back on the coke. You leave Robert alone.
He was a guy who I think everybody thought was not going to recover from his addiction. I don't know how he did it. He seems like a reliable, good guy now, but he was routinely bad. The judges would berate him for his idiocy.
He liked to have a good time.
He did
have a good time. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang was not very long after the cocaine stuff, I don't think.
He looks better now than he did then. Like, he's thin, chiseled face. Well, it looks better. There's a lot of ways to measure that. But I think he's thinner now than he was in some of those days. He was chubby.
Speaking of like judging people, did you see the Jason Mamoah dad bod stuff?
Yeah, but like the guy, he's clearly a guy who cycles, and he's just off it right now.
No. My point is his picture where he has quote dad bod.
Oh, he's
fitter
still, like,
than 97% of people in this
top,
country.
I was
He's
gonna
not
say
at
he's
all
top 2 or 3%
fat in that. He's still got those. I don't know what it's called, but that like line where it goes down. That like Adonis belt or something like that.
Yeah,
he's got that going. He's still, you can see he's like his stomach is filled out because he's gained a little bit of fat, but that's normal when you're not having to cut for a film.
Good dick root.
He's got a good dick root. He's like, it just blew my mind that they've said for so long, like, yeah, women, they love dad bods. And then it showed a bunch of comments.
They showed Jason Mamoah.
It showed Jason Mamoah
it?
and a bunch of frumpy bitches. Yeah, that picture. A bunch of frumpy bitches in the comments.
If that
being like,
is dad
oh my
bod.
God, I can't believe that he needs to take up lifting again. He needs to start lifting. Like, it showed a bunch of comments from frumpy ass bitches online talking about it. It's like, this is evident. Like, women don't like dad bod, but who are these arrogant cunts thinking that this is a dad bod? He looks great. You can see a lot of musculature under there. Good for Jason Mamoah. Like, sure, he's not shredded right now, but it's not natural to be that shredded all the time. You need some body fat.
Who are the people who think this is dad bod? Like who were their fathers? Arnold Schwarzenegger? Like
I wonder how much better he'd look
John Jones
if he just got pumped up, like 10 minutes of some
and he flexed
push-ups and sit-ups and flexed. I feel like he's right next to a good body. If he diets for 4 weeks hard, then he's movie ready.
Oh, he's 2 weeks from a six pack if he cuts
you
everything
think?
out.
I think he looks great there. He's got his stomach isn't just flat. It's like it's taut.
Right, there's hints of it. There's hints of the six pack.
His pecs look good. His biceps look real big. His shoulders look a little small, I guess. But look at his fucking traps. Like
Solid traps, solid forearms, cute little belly button.
Great dick root. Great dick root.
I can't say enough how great the dick root is on this guy.
Oh, it
Show
runs
of hands.
deep.
Who wants to fuck him, dad bod or not?
Oh,
Absolutely.
I'm sorry. I was looking for more pictures of him.
Thank you. I was hoping we'd go for 3 for 3. But that just blew my mind that
I
people
thought
were
I
like,
saw a picture
people are
where he
ripping on
did look
Jason
bad.
Mamoah's dad bod, and it's like, this is not a dad bod. This guy is fit,
Yeah.
very fucking fit.
People are real shitty. People are just super shitty. Like
I can't find
That's
it
just
anymore.
unbelievable. And meanwhile, they'll like someone who's 200 pounds overweight, as long as they have the other set of genitals, they'll be like, this is bravery incarnate. It's brave to stop at every Starbucks at the mall and get a 700 calorie smoothie.
that's one like extravagance that I won't partake in.
don't get it
Those 1,000-calorie Starbucks drinks, like they're not even that good. Like they're just so sweet and so rich that it's just too much. Like, and they're so huge. Every time I go to the grocery store near me has a Starbucks in it, and like I see these like chubby moms walking out in yoga pants drinking that thing. And the worst, I saw a kid who couldn't even walk with one.
Oh.
Like he was in like the little part of the shopping cart that like you can ride in as a little kid, and the mom hands him a fucking frappuccino, and he's just like glug, 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 glug.
Kid's gonna lose a foot before he can walk.
So I'm with Kyle, and definitely in spirit. I've literally never bought one of those in my whole life. But if you offer it to me, it is hard to say no. If I like, hey, you want some of mine? Yes, I do.
Sure, a sip's fine. I mean, it's all about
how it
moderation with
starts.
anything and everything.
I'm sure they taste good, but
That's how it starts.
like Woody, your vice is your like a lot of it's your sweet tooth, right? Like you
It is.
really love your sweets. Like your number one beverage, if I recall correctly, is extra sweet lemonade, right?
It's actually
Like, really
water
sweet?
is the number one beverage. But if I were to choose something, yeah.
Oh, I was
lemonade
mean
and
like
iced tea.
favorite. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I gotta-
yes. Yeah. If I were
I got diet lemonade from Chick-fil-A today. It was delicious.
really in diet.
That's good.
Yeah,
I
I
have
get
been
half diet
crushing-
lemonade, half unsweet tea, and it's like a Arnold Palmer, but with no sugar. It's tasty as fuck.
I've been crushing diet cream sodas
Hmm.
recently. Really good. A&W or Barks brand diet root
Yeah.
beer diet cream soda. I love that.
Yeah, I like that stuff
So
too.
good.
Yeah, I told you there's that brand of cream soda called Waist Watch or
Yeah.
Waist Watcher or something like that. That sounds like it's for fat moms, but instead it's like the most delicious diet beverage ever. I don't know what the fuck they're sweetening it with. I got a new sweetener that like tastes and smells like cotton candy, but has no calories in it. And I've been putting it in my my unsweet tea. Oh, this is hilarious! You'll love this. So I've been drinking unsweet tea for weeks now. I stopped drinking soda because I just like this better. I put some lemon in it, unsweet tea, and some sweetener. And I usually order it off Postmates because Chick-fil-A has good tea, and I just get them to bring me a gallon of unsweet tea, and that lasts me like a week almost. I'm sitting there and I had ordered 2 gallons, and I drank the first gallon, and I'm on to the second gallon, and I'm just talking to all my buddies who are playing video games. I'm like, Wings is so weak drinking that sweet tea. This tastes delicious. This is delicious. Why does he need sweet tea when he could just drink this unsweet tea? He's so weak. He's so weak. And I go back into the kitchen to like make some more, and I like flip the jug around. It's sweet tea. I have drank half a gallon of sweet tea that I have been adding 4 sweet and lows to. I have been adding 4 sweet and lows to each.
It does
cup.
sound good.
Oh, it was delicious.
Yeah.
Woody, if you think sweet tea is good, you've never had super sweet tea. All right?
And you were there the whole time being like arrogant about it. Like, why
Yes.
can't he just enjoy a nice clean beverage like I do?
Yeah. I'm sitting there on my high horse, just like, it's so weak. This is delicious, boys. I'm telling you, unsweet tea, 4 sweet and lows, squeeze a lemon, bunch of ice. It's cold. It's tasty. It's delicious. It's so
Meanwhile,
sweet.
you're like, cover my ass on rust. My left arm's going numb.
I had been sweetening sweet tea, and I gotta say, it is delicious.
Oh,
But I
can imagine.
immediately, I poured it all down the drain. I was so upset. I poured and from now and hence since then, every time they send me a gallon of tea, I'm like, all right, this'll do. I was
when
so
you got the
mad.
next gallon of unsweet tea and you had a sip where you're like, oh.
That's why I switched sweeteners. It wasn't getting good anymore. It was terrible. It was terrible.
We thought it was a magic sweetener, but
yeah. Well, no. Well, I was on sweet and low, and I'm gonna get another glass anyway. I'll figure out what this sweetener is.
They're eventually gonna come out with some kind of pill where you can take it after a bad meal, and it'll somehow agitate it or make it not digestible, or just
a day after
make
pill
for
something food.
Like that. That would be the biggest money-making thing on the planet, only in the Western world, but still, that would be domestic. That would be terrorism if you like put that in the water supply in Somalia or something. But
Taylor, let me ask you this: bigger money maker in the pharmaceutical world, weight loss or growing back hair?
Weight loss.
Yeah,
it
applies to women.
Yeah, it applies to women. Women are the overwhelming majority of consumers, and like there are a lot of bald fat guys too. And I bet if you asked a bald fat guy, hey, which one of these would you rather take care of? I bet, I don't know. I'm not bald, so I can't say, but I would say most of them go with the fat thing instead of the bald thing, because they can be like, well, if I'm not fat, I could work out, go for like a Jason Statham kind of physique, a kind of look. So
I hear you. And I think you're right. But just to take the other side for conversation's sake, bald guys pay more, I think. Fat guys will be like, I'll pay whatever, $5,000 to lose weight, but people will pay $50,000 to get hair somehow.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know why.
And I mean, like, it's getting to the point that hair replacement seems pretty tenable, pretty good. Like, whereas in the late 90s, early 2000s, it was like just the plug thing where it looked unnatural and like disconcerting.
And it was like in the 90s, it was like a mark of shame. You know, you went from losing your hair to a guy who couldn't deal with losing his hair. Now, you're a guy who's able to buy hair, and it's really good hair. It's probably better than people who haven't bought hair. Elon Musk is a great example. He has fantastic hair. LeBron James, different hair, also has fantastic hair. Yeah, but you can't.
Oh, they both have fake hair?
Yeah. Dude, let's look at some Elon Musk pictures.
I think I knew that about LeBron James.
Yeah, they call it the greatest comeback in sports.
LeBron James plugs. Or they're probably not called plugs anymore.
Here's an Elon Musk picture.
Before, after plugs.
Dude, he's killing it.
Man, greatest comeback of sports. LeBron's hairline may have beaten out the St. Louis Blues for the greatest comeback in sports.
You have a link?
Did you see that? Oh yeah. I'm looking at the one you linked right now. He was way further along than LeBron James even. Because LeBron had some side issues, it looks like, but Elon was like back at almost the crown of his head.
Black people lose their hair well, right? Like oftentimes it's already super short. That's a normal black guy haircut. And it's already dark. So like you just cut it close enough. It's a better look than most white guys get.
LeBron's hair was
Probably.
gone, and he got that thing where they take the hair from the back and put it in the front. You can't even tell anymore. He was going bald in a horrible kind of way. Like it was all gone. It was awful.
People calling it the greatest comeback in sports. That's so funny. I love that. The Blues won the ESPY for the best comeback story in all 4 major sports this year.
They deserve it.
And Ryan O'Reilly, he was going to like give a little speech, and he started to give it, and he's like, I feel like I'm going to spit on people. I need to take my tooth out real quick. And he pulled his tooth out and then kept giving the little speech, which I thought was funny. But
yeah, they definitely deserved it. That was a crazy comeback.
It was like it. Of course, when the Blues win it, they do it in this kind of dramatic way, which in my head is like, so if we're ever going to do it again, it has to be even more dramatic than this. Do we have to be last place in February? That is just my catastrophic thinking. I don't know, but we haven't lost any players from last year yet, so hopefully we're still pretty solid. Carolina or Philly. I don't remember what Philly's acquisitions were this offseason so far, but I feel like Philly's going to be good. Carolina is on a huge upturn. They are going to be good in a few years. Yeah,
I didn't think
they
picked
re-signed
anyone up.
Sebastian Aho.
Yeah, for 5
because-
years. So that's how long we have to get something done. Like
Maybe
I forget who
because
it was. It might have been Montreal who like
They offer
fucked
sheeted him.
Carolina. Yeah, Taylor might know more about this than me, but basically they gave our best player an offer sheet, and it had like all this money up front, which is really difficult for the Hurricanes to like deal with. And it's 5 years long, where the Hurricanes wanted to sign him for like 7 years or 8 years, like lock him into something really long. So now the guy's going to be gone in 5 years, and we have to pay all this money this year, and they just put Carolina in a really tough position. So
They put him in a tough position, but I think it's Brindamore, your guy's GM, Rod Brindamore.
Okay.
Who's like one of the fittest guys, like still a GM. Really impressed by that guy. Him and Montreal actually have the very fittest GMs. Montreal's
you seen
GM
Brindamore's face
is
up close?
terrifying. No, I haven't. I know he's got the big scar, right?
There's a lot of big scars on his face. It like I saw his picture next to, he was like an old guy and there was a young one. It might have been Eric Stahl. Eric Stahl's so fresh-faced and handsome at the time, and Brindamore's face looked like a guy who'd been playing hockey for 17 years. It's wrecked in all kinds of different ways.
Oh Jesus! Let me link this photo of
Link what
Rod
you're looking at?
Brindamore. Yeah, look at the snout on this guy. How many bone breaks does it take for your nose to triple in girth?
He's actually looking pretty good though. Like all right, granted, his face isn't hit this 6,000 times, but he looks like a fit person.
Yeah, he's shredded. He's one of those guys that was like, just because I retired doesn't mean I can stop in the weight room.
When
And
he
so
was
he's
like
great.
oldest guy on the team, he's still like the one who was the one that came into the season the most fit, won all their little tests and things like that.
He looks like Willem Dafoe fucked Casey Neistat and then got hit in the face with a sledgehammer.
He's got to be on gear.
No. Steroids are one of the not very popular drugs in the NHL because apparently it can make you like I don't even know.
Makes you strong
Yeah,
and
it makes you
aggressive.
aggressive, and then the next thing you know, you're having fist
Makes
fights.
you
and that
strong
just
and
won't work.
aggressive, and you get tons of red blood cells. So your cardio goes through the roof. Hockey players hate that.
Honestly, okay, I'm dumb. You're right. No,
I mean, they're always so cool-headed, though.
Who was
hockey players notoriously cool-headed.
Arian Foster
'cause of the
was
eyes.
saying that it wasn't that popular in football.
I don't believe him.
I thought the NFL was one of the sports where it was like known that tons of those dudes are on it, right?
I don't believe him. I believe that every professional athlete is on something.
I think he wasn't lying. I'm not saying he wasn't wrong, right? There's a difference with intent.
Sure.
But I believe what he was putting down.
I liked how
That makes sense.
Robert Oberst, whatever, the guy who was on Rogan's show, the power lifter, strongman, where he was saying like, I don't remember if he said he led the charge or if he spoke to someone there who's like, please let us use marijuana because we're all using so many Percocets and so many of these opiate painkillers, Vicodins, to try and just keep our pain at a manageable level. Whereas if we're using marijuana, we're not going to get addicted to anything. None of us are going to have our careers ruined through opiate addiction. And now strongman doesn't test for marijuana. So strongman is the only, I guess, smaller sport that doesn't test for it. And the NHL is the only major sport that doesn't test for weed.
Well,
what do they test for?
They test for steroids. Yeah.
That guy's not on steroids?
I didn't say that. I said that they test for steroids.
Yeah, he said that they test. What did he say? They test once a year randomly, and then
I thought they tested
before competition a month before.
With
or
a
something.
4-week notice.
Yeah, maybe. They never mentioned that part where they're like, well, we can get randomly tested at any time with a 7-week window that they give us a heads up about.
Randomly tested any time, but they tell you 6 weeks before.
The funniest part of that interview was when he was like, yeah, if you watch old strongman videos, they used to put a heart rate monitor on our chests. And when we were pulling those 70,000 pound trucks, our heart rates would get up to like 240, 250. And the league decided this isn't positive. It's actually scaring people. So they removed the heart rate monitors from us. And it's like
It's scary.
My heart rate used to go that high. when I was a swimmer in college. Yeah. And like, it's confirmed. Like, I take it myself. Other people would take it. I'd use one of those like heart rate monitors. Like, I had a heart rate that went above 220. And I wonder how that played into the fitness competition. Like, because it doesn't do that anymore. I would just
like if you put your finger just bump.
Yeah.
Jeez.
4 times a second.
Yeah,
almost.
4 times. Yeah.
Were you like stressed out when that was happening, or it was just like, no, this is part of the race? Like,
that's,
I can't
it's
imagine
like,
my
this is
heart
what
beating
I
that
do.
fast.
What I was doing was I was measuring how quickly it dropped. That's a measure of fitness. And at this time in my life, I was really fit. So it'd go from like 240 to like 160 in like a minute and a half.
Yeah.
And then we just get back at it.
Yeah, that guy was a good guest. He's not just a big meathead. He seems very smart. Well, not very smart, but he seems a lot smarter than you'd think he'd be. And he's funny to some extent. And he's like a fan of the show and of Rogan. So he really worked well. He was a good guest. I like that guy a lot.
Yeah.
Fucking huge. I'd love to get OJ Simpson as a guest on this show. That would be the greatest guest of all time.
Oh my God.
Good.
He did
I guess he would be.
Dude.
Go on.
Heisman Trophy winner.
Mhm.
NFL superstar. Movie star. Commercial star. Real estate mogul. Murderer.
Those things,
like
the last one in
went to
particular, but the guy's got to be able to talk. Like, that's the key to it.
He can talk.
If he's
funny on Twitter.
Plays shy, if like he's got to be able to roll with the punches. He's got to be able to tell a story, or
Oh, he can. Like, I've seen him do it. Like he did a podcast the other day. He did more of an interview really with this guy who I think is like a Buffalo Bills like sports guy or something like that. I'm not exactly sure. He talked about it on his Twitter. He's got almost 750,000 followers on Twitter, something around that now, after being on for like a month and a half or something. I would love to talk to OJ Simpson, and I would point blank call him a murderer at some point in the conversation. I'd be like, we know you.
That would be the whole purpose of having him on.
Yeah.
Just so you'd be like, OJ, thanks for coming on. You killed it. You absolutely killed it on the show.
He'd be fine with that. Yeah. Like you might think that would make him uncomfortable. He would love that. He's like, oh, he'd go, I always kill it, Taylor. I always kill it. And sometimes I kill it twice. Hypothetically. He did this reality show once called Juiced, which was like Punked, but he's the one punking you, so you're getting juiced. And at one point he pretends like he's a used car salesman now, and he's selling the Bronco. And the Bronco's got a bullet hole in it, and he has signed next to the bullet hole OJ Simpson. And these people are coming up to buy it, and he's like, if you ever need to make a getaway, this is the perfect vehicle. You be gone. You'll be gone. The guy's like, is there still $10,000 cash under the seat? He's like, they say that wasn't even true. That they lie about me. That wasn't true. And then this cute blonde woman comes up who looks a little bit like Nicole, and he's like, I just want to say you are beautiful. You are beautiful. He's like, oh, well, and she's like hitting it back. She's like, oh, well, thank you. He's like, this is the car you need. This is the car you need. You get a nice car like that over there. Ain't no man gonna hit on you because they gonna think you got a man back at home taking care of you. You drive around in this, and they think this lady could use a man by her side. They gonna hit on you right away. You driving this right here. Best part is,
you think this is scripted? This is too good.
No, he did a bunch of them. Like it tells the Mexican guy, he's like, best part is somebody tries to steal it. Door handle don't even work. You got to reach on the inside to open it up. When Al Callens was driving me in this thing, we were gone. He's like, so this is your Bronco? Yeah. He's like,
was she like, oh, perfect. This will be great for me and my boyfriend Ron.
It was really good. And then I found a video, or I was linked one, where apparently OJ did a rap video at one point. He looks like he's about 50 maybe in this rap video. And he's rapping, and there are blonde women in bikinis dancing all over him. And at one point, they all get topless. There are titties in this rap video. And he's dressed as Elvis Presley, talking about how he's the king. And he's got a little person, a dwarf, also dressed as Elvis Presley, as his backup dancer. And he's like sitting on a throne, talking about his dick, talking about how like he's the king of this and the king of that, and how he's got all this pussy. It's ridiculous. So I think that OJ would make quite the guest. I think he would be I think you could get him to say some ridiculous shit. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen the interview he did where he talks about hypothetically what he thinks happened the night Nicole was killed.
No, I've never heard that.
Oh my fucking God. He's telling it from the third person, but occasionally he slips up and goes into the first person. He's talking about this hypothetical guy named Charlie who did it. He's like, and Charlie was like, let's go get him. Let's go in there and see what's going on. And so I went with Charlie, and I had the knife. And Charlie said, nah, don't bring that. So I'll take that. And then Charlie handed me the knife. And, I just never seen that much blood before. He keeps going in and out of from like talking about a hypothetical, and he keeps stopping and goes, I just want to be sure everybody understands this is a hypothetical. Hypothetical is clearly a new vocabulary word for him because he keeps using it and really enunciating every bit of hypothetical.
So it's like someone told him, you could tell them hypothetically what happened. He's like, what do you mean? He's like, well, if you preface everything you say with hypothetically, you can say basically whatever you'd like, OJ. And it's just his new, get out of jail again, free card.
He wrote a book called If I Did It, right?
Oh, yeah.
And it describes how he would have done it if he did it. And the
Did
brown...
he describe exactly what happened?
Yes. He describes how... And the reporter's like, and then you dropped the glove. He's like, well, I must have dropped it because they found it there. Like, it's real fucked up. But Ron Goldman's family in their civil suit got control of that book. So they changed the title. They made the if incredibly tiny. So it just says, I did it by OJ Simpson.
Dude, I'm looking at it. He's right. It says I did it in big red letters. I don't even see the F. It's not visible in this picture. And by the way, the full name of the book is If I Did It, Confessions of a Killer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see the if either.
Yeah. It's there somewhere.
Oh, no, it's written in very faint gray in the top part of the eye.
Is that where it is?
Yeah, it says if I did it.
Here's on eBay, there's the first edition of it where it says if I did it, and it has OJ's profile picture on it. I'm showing it to people. So yeah, they, like Kyle said, they changed it a whole bunch.
This is just making me like OJ more.
I don't know about that. He is a cold-blooded murderer. He cut that woman's head off and stabbed that poor man.
Allegedly.
No, definitely. He definitely did. He definitely did.
His funny Twitter videos are winning me back.
That's horrible. Yeah.
No, when he said it in one of his Twitter videos, like it's the first thing he tweeted, where he was like, now I've got to get even with some people. And then he turns it off, and it's like that. I don't know who's left to get even with.
OJ has lived an interesting life, and if he can speak, that'd make him a great guest. You know who's not a great guest? Elon Musk. Like, I love what he's doing with the world. I love that he's advancing space travel, even though the cool stuff is yet to come. I've talked about that before. The car that he has is incredible. I think that would be really cool. But I've seen him as a guest. I've seen him speak. Joe Rogan said it was one of his hardest shows ever. That he's just incredibly difficult to pull anything out of.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, maybe he's like scared now because remember when he was, didn't he do something where on social media he like hinted at a stock thing
repeatedly?
Or something?
Yeah, he wants to talk about his business. And he likes to people who used to short it. I don't know if that's still a thing very much, but they were shorting his company a ton, which was hurting the stock price. It was causing him trouble. So when things were going well, he would like to poke at the shorts. But as a guy with all that insider information, his role was to stay quiet, and he got in trouble. That's the thing. Poor guy.
Poor guy.
Speaking of which, he's like on one of my topics tonight. So this frustrates me. Former Tesla employee admits uploading autopilot source code to his iCloud. Tesla believes he stole company trade secrets and sold them to Chinese startup Xiaoping Motors. Xiaoping? I don't know. Xiaopng. However you spell that.
Xiaoping.
Pronounce that. But yeah. So they stole the Tesla source code, sold it to China, and then Twitter went on about Chinese culture. Now, I don't know if this is to be true, but I don't know it's on Reddit, so it must be true. I said Twitter and not Reddit. I live in China. Cheating isn't even considered cheating here. It's considered clever. Like, why wouldn't you steal source code? You'd be stupid not to. That's the mentality, and the world needs to wake up to it. Cheating is almost a part of the culture. I could tell you a million stories of how my Chinese friends do this sort of shit. It's endemic. Can confirm. I was teaching uni classes. It's frightening how openly students would attempt to cheat. I put my strict foot down, and they didn't understand. I wasn't upset with cheating as much as how blatant the open nature of it was. Students cheat all the time, but multiple students in the same class turning in identical papers written in impeccable English is poor form. And they would just go on and on about like there was another guy who talked about, I think he worked in steel or something, and they wanted his stuff to be top quality. So they're like, we gave top quality materials to this company to build it out of, thinking that would mean it was built out. They took the materials we gave them to build our stuff and sold it, and then bought cheaper shit and made it out of that, and didn't understand why we were even upset, because obviously they do that. And cheating culture is India too. In India, they told me the same thing, that like if you buy your software in India, you're considered foolish and like irresponsible. Like, why would you? Like, only a dumb person would do that.
That guy on Rogan was talking about. That guy on Rogan was talking about being in China and how the children were not just shitting in the streets, but just like pulling their pants down and shitting in the mall, and how they were burning tires as street lamps.
Huh.
He's like, Rogan's like, they want us to switch to electric cars, but they're over there burning tires for street lights.
That's what I feel like the entire environmental thing is to China. It's like, oh, we tell them that tell them we meet all the goals earlier than they do. Yeah. And it's like, of course they're lying about all that shit. They don't give a fuck. China acts like the environment owes them money. Like they're mad at it. Like, we're going to go over to the sea and kneecap it. I'm pouring mercury into the groundwater just because fuck them.
I don't know what to believe. It's very difficult to believe anything that comes from China. Like, I hear that they're doing better. They've got these giant hydroelectric dams producing electricity better than coal in some ways. I don't know.
We sell that electricity. We burn tires for hours.
It's a weird thing.
This is my own furnace. It runs entirely on dog meat.
Why would you even invent something now? Like, if you're going to spend $1 billion on cars that drive themselves, then China's just going to steal it. I don't know. Yeah. It's tricky.
All right. So two topics up for grabs. One, a man driving his car with an inflatable pool on the top of it, with water in it, with children in it. Or a man who got stabbed in the head, really in the face, to be fair, over a parking space.
Let's see if he gets the spot.
Okay. I like Taylor's take on it. I'm sold.
I'm at 0 on that video on the stabbing.
I am sliding it back. Video's 1.5 minutes for people curious. Ready?
Him in the head. Okay.
Oh, Taylor, you ready?
Yeah, I got it.
Ready, set, play. Oh, volume.
¿Qué pasó?
Okay, there's a man walking, looks like outside a mall or something, on an underground parking lot. There's a crowd. He's approaching a red car. Whoa.
One red car is trying to get in.
There's a knife sticking out of someone's head.
Yeah.
And he's walking around, lucid, and arguing, pointing to the knife in his face. The guy don't just ooze yo.
Oh my god.
Oh, there's a cop here.
They're speaking Spanish, I think.
Jesus Christ.
The cop looks like a Rainbow Six operator.
He does.
It's definitely a fucking dangerous area.
Wow. This guy got a knife to the face. And it's still there, which I guess is what you do.
He's notoriously chill about this whole thing.
It's not in his eye. Oh, it's in the side of his head. Like, kind of near his eye. God damn, it's in there good.
Oh, it's for a second, I thought maybe it was just under the skin, parallel to his skull. I don't think that anymore. This thing is like... Is it in his eye?
I hope not.
Yank the knife out and start the healing process.
I would have to get that knife out. If it's not serrated, I'd have to get that knife out.
Yeah, but that might kill you. You always wait.
I'm pulling it out, Taylor.
It's going to take half your eye with it.
Pull Pull it out. Pull it out.
But Taylor, it looks weird in there.
Man, I am not stealing a parking spot in Honduras or wherever that was. No
yeah,
way.
I really think that guy needs bear hug lessons.
I don't think a bear hug would have helped him out of that one.
No.
I've seen it work.
And he didn't even get the spot. It looks like he was the one yelling at someone else who had the spot, and then he got because he was sitting his butt on the red car that wasn't in the spot.
Right. I got the vibe that was his car, and his car wasn't in a spot. It was behind. Yeah.
But if a guy gets stabbed in the face and he wants to sit on my car, I'm gonna let him.
Well,
I'm gonna
what if
let
you're
him
the
take a load
stabber?
off.
Are you like, all right? I don't know. I would charge
If I'm
him
the
for
stabbist, no. I would be trying to get out of there. But I feel like in whatever country this is, this wasn't even like, this is just like, Wednesday after hump day, only 2 more till the weekend, boys.
This guy stole my spot. He stole my knife, and he still has it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the cartel just put 11 heads on pikes over there, so I'm going to prioritize that.
Let's see the other one with the pool.
It's just a picture. It's just a picture,
it's just a picture,
unfortunately.
okay.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be something else, too.
Man arrested for driving with inflatable pull-on car with kids inside. Oh, not
Yeah.
man, mom. I read it wrong.
I've got an actual video on YouTube called Marijuana Robbery Gone Wrong Crashes Car.
Ooh, here's
If you'd
mom.
like to.
Oh, that's a good video. Have you seen it yet?
I haven't watched it yet.
I have.
I try to not watch
watched it.
anything we're going to watch on the show until the show.
Well, I didn't know we were going to watch it on the show, but someone showed this to me a few days ago, and I love it.
All right.
I'm ready.
I need a moment, please.
Marijuana robbery. I feel like robberies are usually from harder drugs.
So as he's getting set up, basically, this white guy his goal is to rip off the black guy who's going to be selling him marijuana.
Okay, I'm ready. White guy to rip off black drug dealer. Ready, set, play.
And he's tried to set up a camera, as you do, to film the whole thing.
He wants to film him robbing a drug. Okay.
Yeah.
He's basically, who's the guy from The Wire who does this?
McNulty?
No, he's a black guy who carries a shotgun.
Oh. Fuck. I'm spacing out.
It's not an everyday name.
No, it's not.
So they set up a camera to film their own robbery?
To film them stealing drugs.
From a drug dealer, yeah. So they're pretty much Peter Pan. No. Robin Hood
Robin
I'm going
Hood.
for. Yeah, Robin Hood.
Yeah, we steal weed from the rich and give it to the poor.
What is the red? Oh, that must be like an iPhone cord or something.
Yeah,
I just
something like
pulled
that.
in, and I came around, and I turned into that little place right there. I'm in a silver car. Look left. Oh shit. Alright.
All right. He's planning. He's nervous. He's got that I'm about to shoplift vibe about him. I know he's not literally shoplifting, but that's the vibe.
Just buy the weed, you
I was about to
degenerate.
say, just buy the weed.
It's good. Can you just come right here, bro? I recently just got robbed. I don't want to deal with that shit.
Oh, I feel you.
Yeah,
That's true.
so I got the
I
money.
feel
ready.
you.
I just eyed out. It's fire as fuck.
Yeah, that's good shit.
Yeah, that's good shit. Well, I'll just be going now.
Oh no! Oh!
Why you trying to rob me, yo? Why?
He's stuck now.
You better roll up your window.
Yep.
He's confused. He's panicking. What is happening? All right, his partner
Now we're up
is
front.
legging it.
Make sure to
That
get the
guy is
face cam on there.
hauling ass.
And that's as far as the story
that's all we
goes,
know?
boys. That's all we know.
For a sandwich bag with some weed in it?
Like $40 worth of weed.
Dude, that guy sucks. Fuck that guy.
That black guy was.
He could have killed that black guy who was just trying to be a citizen who's serving a public need.
Entrepreneur. He's the best of us.
Yeah,
he latched onto that car. Like
I feel like he saw it coming. Right? You don't think he saw the same vibe I did?
He was a little worried. Yeah, I mean, he is a drug dealer, so it's. But he, as soon as that guy tried to take off, the black guy was latched onto the side of that car like a fucking leech. He was, and the look on his face was just.
It was like, if I let go, I'm gonna get my legs run over. So I need to not do that.
It was like, could you stop? You can have the weed. Jesus, we're going. Yeah, crashes into a tree.
Yeah, ruined his shitty silver car for. Yeah, $40 of marijuana.
And based on the fact that we're watching this video, probably got in a decent amount of trouble.
Yeah, I doubt they went home and uploaded this.
Yeah, me too. I don't know how this got uploaded, but it tells me things didn't go well that day.
It's funny also, like, why film yourself doing it? Dude. Why film yourself not only buying drugs, but stealing drugs?
I'm watching this video in quarter speed, and showing it to everyone. When he starts driving away, the black guy latches his arm in there and is smiling, so happy, like it just looking at the driver in the eyes, like, why? Like, what are you thinking? He doesn't even seem nervous. The dealer.
Yeah, that's the third time today someone's tried to make off with $40 of weed. Like 3 meals at Chipotle is what he was trying to save there.
That's like almost a fist of weed. You would call that $40?
I couldn't actually see. I just saw it wasn't a very big bag.
Yeah, that's a tiny amount of weed.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
yeah, that's a good evening worth of weed.
Well, that guy's a douchebag. Fuck him.
Yeah. I don't know why he felt the need to rob that gentleman.
That heroic dealer serving a public need, bettering himself.
Just trying to get into college is what I would wager.
Would you now?
I don't know. I have no idea.
He hits that tree so hard. How does he hit a tree? Why isn't he watching where he's going? I know the guy's clambered onto the window, but you gotta watch where you're going. You can't just go.
Well, he's panicking.
Hey guys, Future Woody here. I had to cut out a section of the show. What happened was we watched this Disney World brawl and reacted to it. The problem is sometimes these PKA episodes get taken down. Someone had put a copyright claim against it, and then the episodes tend to just get lost. And I didn't want that to happen. So we're going to cut this out, keep the video clear of copyrights, and make sure that it doesn't get disappeared by the YouTube machine.
Well, this doesn't make me want to go to Disneyland at all.
No, I've been to Disneyland.
Oh, really? I kind of want to go. I don't want to bring the family or anything, but if that was guaranteed to happen, I would go. It
would be fun to watch.
Like, sir, do you need to check in that lawn chair? Oh, yeah.
I guarantee there were like some of the normal family. Yeah, there were like some of the normal families walking by, and they're like, "Oh, this is terrible. Let's get out of here." And the dad's like, "Yeah, well, let's see how it pans out."
And then there's me with my inflatable lounge chair. This is what I came for.
Somebody
putting 100 Disney bucks on red shirt.
That T-Rex mouth grabber grabs his nose, just out of the fight. Man, you have to be such a trashy person to get into a fight at an amusement park.
Yes.
Everybody's having a good time. All you're doing is taking away your roller coaster time when you think about it. Right?
They don't even have good roller coasters at Disneyland.
No. I've only been to Disney World, and Disney World had some good ones.
Yeah, Disneyland fucking blows.
Really?
Let me tell everybody about Blue Chew.
Oh.
Let's talk about sex. Good sex, guys. Remember the days when you were always ready to go? Now you can increase your performance and get that extra confidence in bed. Listen up, bluechew.com. That's blue like the color blue. Bluechew.com brings you the first chewable with the same FDA approved ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, so you know it's the real deal and it's the stuff that works. You can take them anytime, day or night, even on a full stomach, and since they're chewable, they work up to twice as fast as the pill. So you can be ready whenever an opportunity arises. Now, is it just for guys with dysfunction? It's for any guy who wants extra function and to enhance their performance in the bedroom. Blue Chew is prescribed online and shipped straight to your door in a discreet package. So no in-person doctor visits, so no copay. No waiting in the pharmacy. no glorified pill counters, and best of all, no more awkwardness. They're made in the United States of America, and since Blue Chew prepares and ships direct, they're cheaper than the pharmacy or those glorified pill counters. I guarantee it, they're much cheaper. Right now, we've got a special deal here for our listeners. Just visit bluechew.com and get your first shipment for free when you use our special promo code PKA. Just pay $5 for the shipping and handling. Again, that's BLUE chew.com, promo code PKA to try it for free. Blue Chew is the better, cheaper, faster choice, and we thank them for sponsoring our podcasts and our penises. Huge fans. Get the as always, I'll tell you, get the tadalafil, not the sildenafil. It's basically, I'm saying get the Cialis, not the Viagra. Viagra, the idea is it's for this instantaneous sort of boost, but the Cialis works pretty fucking fast. Like I would definitely say if you take it an hour before, you're good to go. But the important thing with the Cialis, I think, the tadalafil, is that if you take it right now at this evening, tomorrow evening, it's still working. So you don't have to worry about, take it anytime during the day, like 8, 10, 12 hours before you're gonna get laid. Or if like you take it now and then you get laid in an hour, tomorrow you don't have to take a pill because it's still in your system. It's still keeping you at high levels of performance. It's good stuff. And I always had side effects from the sildenafil, the Viagra. It gave me headaches. It gave me light sensitivity and made me feel kind of weird. I didn't care for it, but I get none of that with the tadalafil.
I've never taken the sildenafil, but I've never had any, bad effects from the tadalafil. That's the one to go with, though. So
yeah.
So get yourself a hard ass dick.
Very hard.
Yep.
Very hard.
Now I want to watch people fight at theme parks.
I've got an update on our friend Kevin Spacey.
Oh, tell me I know one of his accusers dropped the charges against him. Are we going to? Is he
settle out of court?
It appears that he might get away with it entirely, and I don't know. So I'm a little confused as to why this is happening this way, but in this case, there's a young man who is the sole witness, and
liar,
and they said that they couldn't find his personal cell phone, and now when they're asking him where the cell phone is, he's pleading the fifth. I don't know what is on this cell phone that he doesn't want people to see, but it could be anything. It could be pictures of his own drug use. It could be pictures of pedo pictures. It could be sex pictures. But the accuser doesn't want anyone to see his cell phone. So he's pled the fifth on where its location is.
You know who also didn't want the authorities to see their cell phone? Juicy Sommelier, the wine expert from Chicago, who was lying about that hate attack that was done upon him.
God damn Juicy Sommelier. But, you got to love him for those wine recommendations.
Incredible.
He knew exactly what to pair with my chicken parm.
Yeah.
So I don't know why the cell phone, I think the fact that he's pleading the fifth about anything makes him a bad witness, and he's the sole witness, and the whole case might disappear, and Kevin Spacey will just go back to making movies and touching butts.
God, I hope so. I love Kevin Spacey so much. He is a national treasure. I really hope he gets back in the game. I'll trade you Louis C.K. Just give me Kevin Spacey back. All right, give me Kevin Spacey back, and you can have your Louis C.K.
I think you, Taylor, hear me out. I might be on Kyle's team with this, and the reason is that comedians peak short. The half-life of a comedian is like 5 years, and then they don't have their best stuff anymore. But actors last for decades. We've already had Louis C.K.'s best. If he comes back now, if he had never been Me Too'd, I think right now, Taylor, you'd be saying, I saw his 6th special. It's worse than his 5th one.
You're right with that, because even before the Me Too, he jacked off on the phone, and he asked me if I could masturbate, and I said yes, and then he did. Before all that stuff happened, his last specials weren't very good. They just weren't. The last 2, not that funny.
Not
so
unique to Louis.
I agree with the half-life. Oh, well, you're right. I like your 5-year kind of half-life. Maybe you can extend it out to 10. But once you get to a few like let's say more than 5 specials, there's like a precipitous decline.
I think that's generous. I think you get 2 in you. I think
maybe because like Bill Burr, well, comparing Bill Burr to the average probably isn't fair because he's tippity top in quality. But his last couple, like they did not make like his 08 one, his 2010 one, and maybe his 2011 or 12 one. Like I was uproariously laughing at them, like so fucking funny. And then his black and white one, I was laughing at it
is
more
equivalent to like Amy Schumer's best ever.
Yeah, it wasn't that great. Just really not. So from a pure talent standpoint, you're right. You know, Kevin Spacey's got more in him. But also he was like flying on the Epstein plane and going to Little St. Thomas. Little Saint.
If we had a list of everyone who flew on that plane, though, I guarantee there's lots of people who were on that plane. Not
just the plane. Who went to the island? Who are the people who went to the island? I don't even think Trump went to the fucking island, and he was riding on that plane too. Who went to Epstein's?
Epstein has an island.
Yeah, that's where he does his.
I read
his
Epstein might be a billionaire, so that's his level of wealth. Call it somewhere between 0.9 and 1.1 billion.
Have you seen all these like real finance people being asked like, "Hey, do you know how Epstein made his money?" And they're like, "I do not. I don't know how he made his money." And apparently his hedge fund thing, he has one client. And his one client is also kind of like implicated in a lot of this nonsense. And so hopefully a lot of pedophiles get brought down. But what I'm going to wager will happen is exactly what I think Woody said on PKN, which was like the Panama Papers thing, where when a couple years ago, people were like, a huge story broke. Everyone on earth who's rich is hiding their money and not paying taxes. And everybody's like, well, that's certainly interesting. And but look at this cute dog that learned to tricycle. Like, and everybody's like, oh, okay, well, we'll forget about that. So I think it's going to be another thing where too many rich people are involved that they just have enough power to get away with it.
No, I think he's in a lot of trouble.
He even has Epstein has a creepy ass temple or some weird like religious looking building on his island. Have you seen that?
Man has a temple.
Taylor, you act like nothing came out of the Panama Papers, but you're wrong. Daphne Galizia, whatever, the journalist who did it, died in a car bombing. So,
holy shit.
So that's a thing.
That's what came out of it. You keep your fucking trap shut, Daphne.
Here, look at this. Look at this creepy ass thing that's on what some people are calling Pedophile Island.
Wow.
What is that?
That is a boob.
That's like a religious looking building.
Yeah.
It looks like he's got like a temple on his.
I don't even know what to call that styling. Is it Russian? Is it Buddhist? Is it like, where do you see those domes?
A cult temple on Little St. James, pedophile Jeffrey Epstein's private island. Cool.
I like that pedophile's like his new prefix.
They call it Lolita Island.
Yeah, and they call his plane the Lolita Express.
Yeah, but he doesn't care for that.
No. Well, you know, I think he's got bigger problems on his plate. Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe they like.
All right, here you go. Here's Stephen Hawking at the island. Are you telling me Stephen Hawking was a pedophile? He couldn't even move his hands.
Could he even get his dick hard?
This just goes to my point that
not
just
for
because you
not for women, only for girls.
Just because you associated with this man, or you were on his plane. I'm starting to sound like I was on the plane, and I'm just trying to brace people. Just because you were on the plane, maybe you were in the island. Perhaps there's a video of you in that temple wearing a gold dress, doing a dance with some little boys.
Hello, my friend. Today we are at Pedophile Island.
Maybe the guy was just into collecting guns, and I thought that was cool. All right.
This woman
I will
looks
use
like
this Uzi to shoot 9-year-olds running around in seductive attire.
This woman looks she's had a terrible day. Like she's unhappy on the right. She's unhappy, and her nose is red, or maybe she's having a great day. Photograph. Maybe it's just that.
She looked unprepared.
I don't know.
Maybe
Stephen
she's
Hawking's
like,
posing.
this was a lot of fun until a naked. Yeah, this I really liked the island until a naked 7-year-old served me my entree. Yeah, Stephen Hawking. What's he gonna do? Like
exactly what I'm getting at here is just because you associated with this guy or you were on his plane or on his island doesn't mean anything. That's just kind of my thought process. Like the guy. It seems it was a pedophile, but that wasn't his defining quality. I mean,
What was it? Being a fake money mogul who had like one client?
Well, they're not saying he's a fake money mogul. He was definitely he definitely is incredibly wealthy. What they're saying is that perhaps he gained this money nefariously in some way. They're having a hard time tracking down.
They said he wasn't, or some. I think it was Dershowitz or someone who got him off early years and years ago, like, or got him off for his shit like 12 years ago. Said he was in intelligence, like in the intelligence community somehow. But they didn't say he was in the U.S. intelligence community.
Interesting.
Which seems...
I don't know anything.
I don't know either.
Maybe something to come to light. This guy seems very mysterious. It's possible that he's just a real nice, fun-loving guy, and he's being smeared.
What? So that's possible? There's photos of him on his plane with little girls.
Show me. Please.
Well, let me check.
Alan Dershowitz. So what happened... Here's the, look into it view of this. This guy was like widely known for, going to his island, having sex with little girls. I think Alan Dershowitz was his attorney, which doesn't, like, right out of the gate make him like a bad guy to me. Like, even bad guys get attorneys. That's the scoop. And then he got this really sweetheart deal by the prosecutor where he basically didn't have to go to jail. They sent him to jail, but he only had to stop in. It was like almost like just a nighttime thing.
The prosecutor claimed that Florida was just going to drop all charges and that's all they could get him. That deal was the best they could do.
That's his claim. But
yeah,
what I'm also reading is that they shut down the FBI investigation and kind of just gave him a slap on the wrist. He barely had to go to jail, etc. And Alan Dershowitz is now saying, like, he's doubling down. He's like, I could have got him an even better deal than practically not jail.
Wow.
I don't know. And now he's the labor secretary. So, I don't know. Like,
I'm not even defending Trump in any way on this shit. I want anybody who's doing nasty stuff with these kids to come and pay the piper. But of course they won't, because rich people play by a different set of rules. So fucking annoying.
In the one where he got off, like, you barely got a slap on the wrist. Trump was implicated as having slept with these girls, and I read it on PKN. I don't know if I want to read it again. It takes over a minute, but
yeah, it was kind of long.
But basically, he made two little girls do lesbian stuff, then blow him, and then he fucked them. They begged for a condom. He said no, and then he like tossed money at him and said get an abortion. This is like sworn testimony in the first trial. Sworn testimony doesn't mean it's proven, right? It just means that's what they said.
It's pretty fantastic. It's like if that's true, dear God, like what have we done? like you almost, I don't know.
None of this stuff ever has any proof, right? All this Me Too stuff, all this rape stuff, like it's all shit that seemed to happen 12 years ago in 3 people all saying it didn't happen.
Maybe that's just the nature of it, Like if I had to prove, I'd have a hard time proving a consensual sex act that I was a part of 10 years ago, I mean,
the nature of sex.
I mean, I've got a hard drive somewhere, but like, I don't remember the password. I tried to get into it the other day. I tried all my common ones. This is actually a legitimate question. I've got this computer with some materials on it, and I'd like to extract them. Can I just pull the hard drive, plug it into a computer I know the password to, and access that hard drive? Is that how that works? I'm dumb.
I think it would work, unless the drive's encrypted. Which
I mean, you know something's
the drive's
going on.
Not encrypted. It's not. It's nothing illegal. All right, these are just my personal memoirs. What did Dennis call his like sexual memoirs or whatever?
You should actually be able to buy
conquests.
a USB adapter. And it would be super easy to just like externally connect that to your USB port and access it like you do a SIM card not a SIM card. What is a mini SD card from a camera?
Yeah.
Would look like the procedure would be like that.
It's very frustrating. I can't remember this password, and like
I mean, you know that the guy isn't just some fun-loving, plane pilot with an island, because they found tons of naked pictures of underage girls and discs and shit on there.
Sure.
With like names of people and then the name of the girl, and they haven't divulged what names of the people are on there.
I mean,
yet.
that is
like,
how they smear
there is some
people.
shady shit going on with this guy. I hope he goes down for it.
He's a registered sex offender already. It's really fishy to me, and I'm conspiracying it right now, that he got off so light. We were talking about this on PKN.
Now,
he's not just rich, right? Because if I won $1 billion lottery, I wouldn't get sweetheart deals like this. He's rich and he's connected.
Yeah, he's
Republican and Democrat. And that's how he gets That's how he gets away with this incredible stuff.
There's an episode of the X-Files where this guy is trying to get this government information to Mulder, the main character of the show. And what's done to him immediately is there's a raid on his house where they find child pornography. And it's like, yeah, that's what the government does. Mulder's like, is this real? He's like, this is what they do because nobody will question it and everybody will hate me now and nobody will believe anything I have to say. Maybe this guy is like a fucking superhero. Maybe he's out in that plane with that island doing the Lord's work. All right. But some of it's counter to what the United States intelligence community, which he used to apparently be a part of, wants to happen.
No, they didn't say U.S. community. They just said
this guy
intelligence.
is a bastion for American freedom. He's out there doing the Lord's work, and they're smearing his good name with this pedophilia nonsense. And then they're trying to bring the great golden god Donald Trump down as well, trying to just throw him right into the mix.
Just because Trump said he was a great guy, he
It's
loved beautiful
the deep
women, but the
state.
younger side. But he loved them younger than Trump
this
did.
This is classic in New World Order deep state tactics.
This is NWO stuff we're looking at here, folks.
We're not
and
talking about
funny
wrestling.
is like no, I was making fun of Alex Jones, but
I know
Alex Jones, ironically, was one of the
I got
people
it.
who came out with the Epstein stuff like long time ago, and everybody was like, "You fucking kook." That's not happening. Like that's
Alex Jones is right half the time.
A broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah,
he's wrong about his neck thickening salve, his bone broth, all of that. He's wrong about pizza.
What about the crystals? Tell him about the crystals, Taylor.
Kyle, we discussed in private. Those are my personal collection. I will not give that power to the rest of the populace.
They're minerals.
What is Operation
minerals.
Paperclip? I keep thinking I need to read up on it. What was that? I think Kyle, you know, right? You mentioned it. I thought you knew.
Yeah. Fuck. Which one is that? It may be the Nam one.
Secret program of the Joint Intelligence Objective Agency, largely carried out by special agents of Army CIC, in which more than 1,600.
It's the crack cocaine.
No. This is the where everybody who got us to the moon
it's the Nazis.
was a Nazi.
It's the Nazis.
It's the Nazis, yeah.
It's the Nazis and Werner von Braun and all that shit. Look, that one doesn't bother me a bit because what was going to happen?
Can you lay it out real fast? I don't think I understand it.
We won World War II, and now but the Germans were the height of science, aerospace, and all these other technologies, rocket science, all sorts of missile technologies, jet engine technologies. They were working on nuclear technology. They had the best scientists, it seemed, in the world, and it was and the Cold War was immediately began as soon as World War II ended, and the Soviets were scooping up as many of these scientists as they could, and we were doing the exact same thing, and we were promising them whatever it took to get them to come over to our side. Money, jobs, asylum, everything. You'll have a house, you'll have this, you'll have that. No, we're not going to prosecute you for gassing. No, we don't care about your V2 rocket program, Werner von Braun. We need you to make new rockets for us. You always said, the worst, the bad thing about the V2 was it was about 250,000 miles short of the destination you wanted it to go because you wanted to go to the moon. That was von Braun's thing, but they were sending his rockets to London. So the whole idea was getting these scientists, bringing them over to our side and utilizing them, despite the despicable things that they had undoubtedly been parts of.
The V2, I had to look it up. I'm sure guests wondered, or listeners. It's the world's first long-range guided ballistic missile.
Yep.
That's what it was. So I guess that background made him help us get to the moon.
I mean,
He
the
was the
U.S.
world's
kind of
leading
had
rocket
to
scientist.
scoop up. Like Kyle said, we had to scoop up as many Nazi scientists as we could. Because otherwise they all would have went to Soviet Union and they would have been leaps and fucking bounds ahead of we were. Like, they would have dominated us in the space race if we didn't pick up some Nazi scientists.
Yeah, Werner von Braun won the space race for us. And it was either us. It was either going to be on our side or on their side, but he was going to one or the other.
I have too much unfounded pride to believe that Americans totally sucked. Like, really?
I mean, we were getting our
lost?
shit pushed in by those V2 rockets. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. We were way behind. We were way behind in rocket technology. We didn't have any rockets. Not like that.
I thought our jets were like about to
We
enter
didn't have-
World War II, just like theirs were.
I don't think there
Theirs
were.
we didn't have jets. They actually had jets in battle. They were far ahead in almost every technology. Their
Yeah,
tanks
so we
were
had
better.
to scoop them up.
Their tanks were better. Their planes were better. Their guns were better.
Yeah, you hear all the stories of American and Russian soldiers like just they kill a German and they just basically trade out equipment with the German soldier because it's
All of their
huge
guns were
upgrade.
better. Like all the way down the line. They're bolt action guns.
That's that German engineering. What is it with them being
we
so
had
good at that shit?
66 jets ready to fly, and people were getting trained on them, but they hadn't entered combat yet. So
okay.
We were close, my guess.
Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, they did have a few in combat. In any case, they were far enough ahead that like those scientists were invaluable. And I mean, he ran NASA. He was the head of the program. He got us to the moon.
I just linked something that was
Werner von Braun. He also had a factory in Germany where they would hang the slowest 3 Jews or 5 Jews every day. I can't remember if it was 3 or 5.
Well,
not so bad if it's 3, I guess. You know, maybe on inflating things.
Yeah,
maybe you're being crazy here, Kyle.
But yeah, what I'm saying is maybe they're smearing this do-gooder with his own private island and plane because they're you know just calling him a pedophile when in fact he's some sort of a hero.
Kyle, so I was like, I guess I wanted to believe Werner von Braun wasn't that big a deal. He was the chief architect of the Saturn super heavy lift launch that propelled Apollo to the moon. And he was the director of the Marshall Space Flight Centers. Yeah, he was kind of the guy.
He's the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was his rocket. It was his plan. It was his teams. He was it. It wouldn't have happened without him. The Soviets we were using, I think the Saturn V it uses a couple of rockets, it's like several really big rockets. The Soviets went with this program where it's like lots and lots of little ones. The problem is like if there's a lot more rockets to fail. So you get all those videos of their rockets going and exploding like a fucking atomic bomb and melting the whole launch facility. There's so many good videos of their shit blowing up.
I'm looking at his like sidebar in Wikipedia. Allegiances: Nazi Germany, United States. Service branch: SS and United States Army. Like, they're not supposed to go together like that, but here they are.
His rank was Sturmbannführer.
You're on the same page, which I guess is a major.
I feel like the way German rankings work is they just keep adding more onto the same word.
Sturmbannführer.
He was
Sturmbannführer.
SS Sturmbannführer.
Sturmbannführer. Yeah, and then we call that a major. So we're talking about text efficiency. Who won that one? Huh? You may have invented all the rockets and
it's weird how they were. I guess they were bad at manufacturing and good at science because, like, I've got this thing from Band of Brothers in my head that's like, look at you, Fox, you had horses. Why did you think you could win? We have Jeeps and you have horses. They did have horses.
I think they were good at manufacturing for what they had, but like England and Russia or the USSR and us, like we had empires. So we could outsource and have a lot more manufacturing. We're also a lot bigger because Germany was much smaller because of World War I, having cut down a lot of
America's manufacturing didn't get bombed, which is a big advantage.
Yeah,
that's the issue.
That's
the
what
main
gave
issue
us
is the
such
bombing.
a huge economic benefit after World War II is because they were all coming back and we're like, hey, you like cars? Because we can still make them.
The main issue was the bombing. We were bombing their factories continuously, and the second biggest issue was getting things like rubber and steel and coal and oil imported in because especially as the Soviets started encroaching in from the east, like those supply lines were really drying up.
The United States Navy did that to them also.
Yeah, and they weren't getting anything from Japan or Italy anymore. They were really running out of resources and manufacturing. That's why like they had better tanks, but not so many of them. You know, they couldn't make so many of them. Also, their tanks were tremendously more complex and difficult to build than ours were.
You know what's funny is like Italy really slips through the cracks in all this.
They changed teams.
People are like, those goddamn Germans and those goddamn Japanese, and Italy's like, Oh yeah, they were the worst. Huh?
You guys want to go to Olive Garden tonight? Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, we have been cooler the whole time.
Everybody
Who's your
likes-
favorite video game player? That's what we are like. Just a lovable mustachioed gentleman who eat a lot of carbs.
So you're playing Smash Brothers now, Taylor.
Yes. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm not good at all.
Have you gone multiplayer yet? You playing online? And
I haven't played any multiplayer, and I tweeted about it the other, I guess like 5 or 6 days ago, just being like, hey, what level bot should I be able to beat before I go on to multiplayer? And apparently like 2 of the biggest Smash players in the world who have won tournaments were like, yeah, I got tagged in this thread. What you want to do is XYZ, this. And I watched a couple of this guy, his name's Zero.
okay.
A couple of his videos, and I immediately, like, if you ever watch someone play a video game and immediately watching their gameplay, you're like, no, this is not doable for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I have a whole
can't
channel based on it.
Yeah, I can't possibly emulate this level of success.
Uh-huh.
But he would like give tips like, yeah, and as soon as you see this cue from this character do this, you want to hit him with an up B over a this, that, the other thing, and then you can keep him bouncing in the air. Don't do this. And I'm just trying to remember the button combos, man. And so they gave me some helpful tips with that. So it was cool getting tweeted at from Zero like that, because he's got like 250,000 followers, and I watched some of his stuff. He's bafflingly good at this game. Like, I've always played where you go to the end of the map and then you punch people off the end of the map and then hopefully they fall. They are so good. They do like edge guarding, where the way Super Smash works, for those of you out there who don't know, is you try and get them to fall off the map, and then they go and they die. They come back on a little platform and drop back down, and you have a limited number of lives. They will push somebody off the edge and then jump off the edge with them and try and like continue air battle, and then at the last second double jump back up and grasp. And sometimes they're having battles like below where the screen ends, and it just shows like little icons. And I'm like, I don't know how you're doing this thing. And they're he's like, another thing you want to take advantage of is like grabbing with the hooks. So if you're playing Link or Samus and you get knocked off, you double B up over A, bada bing, and then you think you're gonna die, you zap your cannon over there, it pulls you over, and you're good to go. And it's like, I can't. Like I can't do I don't have the thumb dexterity to do what you're saying. But regardless, I'm having a super ton of fun with the game. I'm playing Wolf mostly, Wolf, Wario, Ganondorf, and Sonic, and I like all those characters so far. They're a lot of fun.
They have things in common. Like, are they all smash? Like,
they're all like different. So like Wario and Ganondorf are heavy, and so they're slower, but they deal out a lot of damage. Sonic is super, super light, so doesn't do barely any damage, it seems like, or at least I'm not good enough with him to deal a bunch of damage. But he's super, super fast. And then Wolf is somewhere in the middle. He's like from the Star Fox universe, and I like him the most because he's got a nice little... He's fast enough to be effective. He's got a good double jump. He's got a laser gun, which I think is neat. I realize these guys would not pick their characters based on who they think is the neatest. But that's... I don't care. I'm not going to a tournament. This is how I want to play. So
I'm playing World
I'm
War
having a
Z
great
lately. I don't think it's a popular game, but I basically was looking for Left 4 Dead 3, and it's the closest thing out there. It's very similar.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not good for me because I feel like every day I want to advance. You have to rank up characters and rank up your guns and stuff like that. And it's like I'm being productive. Like, all right, well, I got $350 fake dollars. Do that twice, and I can upgrade my gun. So don't say I got nothing done this afternoon.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know.
Sure, the yard's not mowed, but check out this rifle.
Yeah, I got a scope. So, that making some progress. And
can you pay for the money? Can you like buy it with real world monies?
Not that I know of. I think that there is some DLC you can buy but it's a cosmetic, like a better knife that probably does the same thing.
Fucking PUBG has shit for sale. They have like a store. And their prices are fucking retarded. They're so fucking stupid. Like a pair of flip-flops, like flip-flops for your character to wear.
Sounds cool.
You never look at your feet. You never look at your feet.
But other people do.
Not really. Yeah. I've never noticed a guy's feet.
Did he have high heels on, though? Because you might have noticed if he had heels.
They're $5. They're I can buy real world flip flops for $5.
Oh, I thought they were going to be much higher when you said the prices were ridiculous, like
That's
$300.
ridiculous. No, well, I mean, there is stuff that's $100.
Sure.
You know, but it's on the Steam marketplace because like they're kind of like Rust that they sell direct for limited periods of time, and then there's a market on Steam where like the people who snatch stuff up early can now market it at an increased price because of supply and demand. It's garbage. You have to like buy these. You have to earn these crates and then buy these keys to open the crates, and you've got like a 0.01% chance of getting anything that's worth anything. Or you can buy direct from them. Like they have a lot of stuff that's like streamer related. Like you can buy this streamer's coat, and the streamer has designed a coat, and the streamer gets a chunk of the money if you buy their coat. Or you can buy this streamer's gun skin, and same scenario. But they're all bad. They're all bad, and they're way overpriced. Like one gun skin, like $15 or something.
On Rust, you were paying to get, I think, any skin, but only on that server, right?
Yeah.
Does that Rust server do anything to make you come back after the wipe? Like, do you get it again? Like, how do they suck you in?
The only thing that would keep me coming back to a Rust server is it really depends. I was always looking for, like I said, like a good balanced population level, where it's not so many people that you can't walk out your door without being in a war zone. Like I don't want it to be Call of Duty every time I walk outside. But I also don't want it to be just a desolate expanse where like, yeah, I think there's a guy that lives 2 miles that way. Maybe we go fuck with him. So I wanted good population. Good ping was always important, of course. And some things you could sort of pay for, but not too much. Some of the servers, they're like, you give me $150 and you could have everything you ever wanted. And it's like, well, what's the point of fucking playing then if somebody's going to do that? Like you're getting free airdrops that are just coming all the time. You've got all the guns right off the bat. You've got everything. Like I'm not having fun anymore. Like there's nothing to work for. But I do want to be able to pay to get like the skins and some real low tier basic shit, because that early game like grind can be kind of garbage, because inevitably someone will have an AK 3 hours into the game somehow, or they'll get enough they'll get enough money to go actually purchase a fully automatic M4 machine gun, and it's like, fuck, how do we play against this guy? We have bows, not even the good bows. We've got like long bows. So I like it if they like let you immediately have a revolver, for example, like if you paid $5 or $10 or something like that. So that's the stuff that would make me keep coming back. But there was really no
carryover at all.
No, and that's the nature of Rust as a game, is the lack of the carryover, I think. I mean, I guess you could say, I'm sure in Minecraft there was this carryover, but
let me lay it out.
That keeps new people from coming in. So you end up with this static player base.
You're not wrong, but like for example, we had a character trait called acrobatics. And if you're a brand new character, you might take fall damage in 10 blocks, and I would go 15 before I took fall damage. And you could get that either by paying for it or by like spending time on the server. And then we wipe everything out, and we want you to come back. So that trait would come back next time, you know, and you might get a little better at bows or a little better at swords and etc. falling. And
that's one of the things that
time in the game. That's super fast. If you have a lot of time in the game, you might not want to just throw that away and go to competitor craft.
Yeah, see that, but I understand that point of it. But the other side of that coin is that's the sort of thing that would sometimes prevent us from joining a server. If everybody was already so far ahead, or everybody already had the shit that we'd be grinding for, you really wanted to, like ideally we're all on a completely level playing field, and I'm going to outwork you. That's one of the reasons we went to lower and lower team sizes as time went on. At first, it seemed like everybody I knew wanted to play Rust with me, and then after a while, they realized this is a fucking job that you have gotten us involved with, Kyle. I'll hop in occasionally. How about that? And it's like, no. How about no? I'm just gonna.
I can't. All these guys have a solid 8-man team. We have 2 and 6 part-timers.
That's exactly how it would be. Or there were servers where it's unlimited, where like you can only go out raiding or attacking or roaming, as it's called, with 6 guys. But back at base, You could have that bitch slap full of people. You could have 50 people in there if you want, and they're all going out and acquiring resources and killing people like in 6-man teams spread out around the map. It's like, no, this is bullshit. So we were like, 6-man team. Oh, you can't play 8 hours a day? 4-man team. 3-man team. By the end, it was a 2-man team. It was just me and one other guy just playing because we both would put the time in, and we dominated. We dominated to the point where we were like, all right, we need a new server. This is no fun anymore. We've killed everybody around us. We've got everything that we can get. Nobody can compete with us. We've done it. We've won.
Yeah, server size is a big deal. Like again, there's parallels, but at Woodycraft, you had to roll deep to be competitive. It was probably the best at its peak, the best competitive server. And if you had 3 people in there looking to have fun, someone's going to steal your lunch money. Like, there's no
absolutely. And it wouldn't even matter if you're good at the game. You know, they'll just keep coming in waves, and you know, they'll be picking each other up if they get knocked down. They've just got more resources to expend on you. You know, explosives are about man hours to acquire those said explosives. It's like, all right, well, I need 36 man hours to make 5 C4. All right, well. If they've got 36 people playing, they're going to have some C4 real quick. They're going to have C4 in an hour, and we're going to be fucked in the ass. Whereas we've got to work all week to get our C4. I love Rust, but PUBG is definitely what I'm playing right now because I don't feel like that grind is stressful. It literally is stressful. Like because I wake up and I come in here and I'm like, all right, let's see if I still have a base. Clickety click, clickety clack, and it has this very specific way of how the game loads in, and it's one of 2 things. It's either your character wakes up and he's where you left him, you know,
or he's dead,
or it says you survived 3 days 4 minutes. You were killed by Wario's cunt master with a pickaxe, and it's like, fuck me. They came in here while I was asleep. They blew my walls down. They took my tool cupboard. They built the walls back so they could eat at their leisure, and then they murdered me with a pickaxe. Those motherfuckers. And sometimes the game glitches, so you don't even know who got you. It'll just be like you were killed by unknown, and you're just like, I can't even seek revenge. So then I'm in the chat the next day, like, who was that big raid over in section A7? That was big. Who did that? Good job, you guys. And somebody will brag like, we did it. Noted.
You know what's better than playing Rust?
Wario
I assume.
Master, strike again.
Rust videos. I keep saying the same thing, but man, they take that 36 hours, condense that to 10 seconds of the story. You know, that's not what it's about. And you know, the video, of course, focuses mostly on their success. I watch Stevie a lot. He's become my favorite. And his videos always end sadly. Like, you know, we did this, we got raided, we came back, we raided them. Such a success. The untold part of the story here is they actually raided us after that. You know, and that they never seem to win. They never like win the wipe. They just have moments of victory.
I like watching the guys who win. There's a few out there that just dominate and destroy, and like they'll get bored of one server and they'll just jump onto another and immediately dominate, and just, like they're so good with the bows that it doesn't matter if the people have guns. They'll just kill the people with their bows and take their guns. They skip that whole part of the game that we do, where you acquire blueprints and scrap to research things. They don't do that. They just kill enough people with bows that they take people's guns, and then they use the guns to kill the people, and then they just sneak into their base. They go deep on them and take their explosives, and then use those explosives on some. It's like you're not even playing the game right.
Stevie's that good. Like it'll be like 2-on-4, right? And then it goes down to 3-on-1, and Stevie's like, all right, hey, are you dead or just down? Dead. Okay. You're going to want to work your way back because I'm about to get a lot of loot. And then he just 3v1s them, you know, like, or 1v3s them, I suppose. And, you know, he can be outgunned, and he doesn't win every time, but it's pretty neat to watch. But I don't think I want to play that game. I don't think I want to hit a tree for hours on end.
Yeah, that sounds boring.
You know, there's some tree hitting. But the thing about the tree hitting is,
I just don't
you guys got to get Super Smash Brothers. We'll play online.
Get that. No,
you'll never. Wait, did you not play as like a kid ever on N64?
Never, not once ever. No, I didn't have it in 64.
Well, you seem adamantly against it. It's a pretty fun game.
No, thanks.
Okay.
You've been completely discarded. I can't see this video very well. Or I'm sorry, I can only see.
I've always wondered about these metal straws being dangerous. I've always thought like because sometimes I'll like fuck up and go to sip out of a drink with a straw in it and like stab myself with a plastic straw. And I've thought, I'm glad it was a plastic straw.
Child, you have a drinking problem.
Sometimes I do.
Like the guy in airplane was just missing his mouth.
Sometimes I stab myself with the straw.
Yeah, like
so this is a reusable straw. The problem with reusable straws, how do you clean the middle?
You've got these
you
pipe
just
cleaner
probably soak
things.
it.
No,
Or
it's this special.
Yeah, just a pipe cleaner, I guess.
It's a bristly pipe cleaner. It's like got a metal handle and a very almost like a toilet brush type end on it, and you just go in and out. And
It's also a fucking straw. Like you could put some Dawn in the tip and run water through it for a while, and then put some on the other side, run water through it. It's gonna be fine.
I think you're right, although it might dry slow and be yucky. But I don't usually give my straws that much attention.
See, I don't either because I like plastic straws. I've said from the beginning, don't go back and check that that this paper straw thing is going to lead to metal straw use. And the first woman in Britain was walking around having her tea with her metal straw or some drink, tripped. The metal straw went Batman style, what the Joker did, threw her eye into her brain, killed her. Threw her eye into her brain and killed her. All
it was
because
a 10-inch straw.
Because she couldn't use a plastic straw. You think people are using metal straws if there are plastic ones available? Hell no. But you can't use the paper ones because then you're like on the clock to drink your drink super fast because it'll get slurry and like stick to your lips and become just a paper mist and mush in your drink, and you don't need that. So
Miss Struthers. Apparently, Mandy said in a statement read in the inquest that her partner had been a former jockey and was prone to falls after a horseback injury when she was 21. She has scoliosis, a curvature of the spine, and had dealt with substance abuse issues, her wife said. Oh.
And she died not from the substance abuse, not from something akin to her falling off a horse, but from a metal straw. That's how dangerous these things are.
I go through so many straws, and these like I've started polluting as much as I can in my 30s, so I only use these plastic cups once each. I just fill the trash can up with them. I don't recycle either. I refuse.
I was reading something that like for a while now, all of our recycling has been like a smoke and mirrors nonsense thing because China used to buy all of our trash, and now China's like, we make enough. We're not buying your trash anymore. And so like a lot of it just ends up, our recycling and our waste just goes to the same landfill in a lot of circumstances because it's no longer being shipped in giant ass crates over to China.
They were burning it for fuel anyway.
You know what I don't like about
tires?
Recycling? I feel like they should be buying my recycling, right? Instead, I pay to have my recycling taken. And then someone else gets free raw materials. They just take paper and water, stir it together, make new paper, and sell it. And I'm like, that's so much cheaper than chopping trees down and turning that into paper. The plastic, like I'm just giving away raw materials so that you can make my. Why aren't I cut in on this?
I'm burning my paper from now on.
And these paper straws
might happen.
They're terrible.
Are they?
They stick to your lip.
Oh.
They stick to your lips, and if you don't drink your drink fast, it becomes mush.
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't think
Ted Turner's restaurant uses those. I remember like he's been using them for like a decade. And I just remember going in there and ordering his ridiculous bison burger for like $25.
Nice. Ooh,
and
that's
then
a pricey burger.
It was not good either. It's too lean. And then just like they're the fat paper straws. They're like, I don't know how big, like a peanut would definitely fall straight through it. And just being like fucking stuck in my like as I pull away from the drink, it's in my mouth. It's stuck to my lip. It's on me.
I would hate that. Do you guys get the shivers if you lick like a popsicle stick, the wooden stick?
So I know exactly what you're talking about. I'll get that from paper sometimes too. Like if I rub my fingers on paper the wrong way,
I can't touch cotton.
A shiver. Yeah, some people are like that. Tactile response is different for different people. For me, it's paper and. Exactly what you said, Woody. Yeah, I've never had it from cotton though.
I would imagine a plastic straw would not sit right with me.
You mean a paper straw?
Yeah, I said it wrong. Yeah, I don't think I've ever tried a paper straw though.
There are some places around here that stopped serving straws altogether.
Can't touch the ends of a Q-tip, any sort of cotton at all.
Really?
I can't touch it.
Yeah, that
I would
wouldn't
have
bother
been a
me.
terrible slave. I'd have ran away the first day.
Do you hate that like feeling when you pinch the cotton and you rub it?
Yeah.
Can you put it in your ear?
Yeah, that's fine.
I thought it might be for some reason.
Yeah,
I
you
don't know
gotta
why.
clean your ears.
Oh no, like I can't take loose cotton and put it in there. I would.
No, but I was talking
But a
about a Q-tip.
A Q-tip's fine, but I can't touch the end of the Q-tip.
Yeah.
One.
Dude,
gotta
Q-Tip
hold it in
is
the middle.
running the most hilarious campaign for their products ever, where they're just like, you can use it for fucking wiping up small messes.
You can touch your
You can use
forehead.
it, you can get makeup off with it. Don't put it in your ear though, because that would result in lawsuits. And it's like, who are we all kidding? Who's using those for anything
I
but
like
that?
the small messes.
Yeah, very
Have you ever spilled a drop? Well, do I have the product for you?
I was watching Monty Python, the Holy Grail, because it was on, I think, either Amazon or Netflix, and I hadn't seen it since I was a kid. And I remembered laughing super hard as a kid, and I was still laughing pretty hard at a lot of it, not as hard as usual, or I guess usual being 20 yeyears ago. And still, the part that gets me, and it got me back then harder than anything, where they're like, "And what floats?" Like
A duck.
wood, a duck, very, very small rocks. When he says very small rocks, I just lose it. That is such a classic movie.
I love it when they're gonna fucking, they've got that witch that they've caught, and they're like, well, look at her. She looks like a witch. She's dressed like one. You put these clothes on me. Yeah, but look at her nose. You put his nose on me. It's fake.
Are you saying this is not your true nose? No, it's a false one. He like lifts it up,
And it's clearly
looks-
a false one.
and he
It's like
puts
a,
it
it's
back.
like a hollowed out gourd with strings that go around the back.
And the way they play up the king being the wise one, where they're like, "And what else floats?" No, wood, very small rocks, frogs, and then he yells, "A duck." Like with like absolute wise confidence.
If she weighs more than a duck, she's a witch.
Yeah.
Just such nonsense. Yeah, I like the movie. I watched it maybe 6 or 8 months ago or something to laugh my ass off. When he's having the fight with the knight, the Black Knight or whatever it is, and he's just like, "You fought valiantly, Sir Knight, but it's over now. The battle is done."
It's like, no, it isn't. Your arm's right there on the ground. No, it isn't.
Just but a flesh wound.
But a flesh wound. Oh, get back here! I'll bite your legs off. Yeah,
He leaves him as just a stump.
yeah,
Just a fucking stump.
still alive, sitting
Still
there.
alive somehow. It's fucking great.
That's such a good movie. What's another good Monty Python one? I know
that's
that
the only
a
one
lot
I
of
really
it's very
liked.
miss.
I like the show a lot, but like the movies, like Life of Brian or whatever, like it's kind of hit or miss for me.
That didn't make me laugh very hard.
Yeah, I really like the Holy Grail thing, but the rest of it's not. The movies anyway that I've seen. I can't even think of the name of the third one I watched. Something. I don't know.
I was watching this movie the other day called Limitless.
Ooh,
Have you watched that?
The
It's
Adderall
where,
advertisement.
Yeah, it's where what's his name? Bradley Cooper is the actor. He takes this pill and it makes him like really good at everything, and he's super smart and he's got all these facts and he gets really into finance and stocks and he makes
knows
a ton of money.
everything he's ever heard. Right, that's like his superpower. Super smart. It doesn't make him like smart about things he's never seen before. It just makes his ability to learn off the charts, and everything he's ever heard now has perfect recall, which includes like kung fu movies and like other, so he's
basically become a superhero. Have you seen this before, Kyle?
Yeah.
Limitless?
Yeah. I literally wanted Adderall afterwards. It was like, I gotta have this power.
I was thinking like, man, if I had that, I would learn stocks and bonds and make a bunch of money. And then like I had more of like a clarity with myself. And it's like, no, you would be retarded and devote all of your newfound mental powers to like screaming about how we didn't actually land on the moon on the street corner. With like
you just learn a
facts
lot
and
of sports trivia.
Yeah, a lot of hockey trivia probably, which is the least valuable of trivia because nobody fucking cares about hockey.
Yeah, it's only gonna help you at like some bar nights quiz contest or something.
Or just some guy who, instead of making a bunch of money, he takes his Limitless pill and he's just screaming right-wing conspiracies about how like Jews are behind everything. Like he doesn't take any of it and make it valuable. He's just a maniac. I don't know. The idea of that made me laugh. It's just like, you can learn anything in any second. Yeah, but do you know what they're doing? It's like, oh god.
You hear about the Area
You don't want to
51
get into
raid?
stocks or something?
Yeah, where the people are. It's like hashtag they can't stop us all. Or
Yeah.
something.
I've got this article pulled up. Yeah,
Oh, you know about it too.
the Area 51 thing. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. They're
Yeah.
planning on charging Area 51 in mass to like get to the aliens.
I love this thumbnail picture they have. Just a picture of an.
That's a real picture.
Oh, well, I believe you now. I hope that if aliens do show up, they're all like short little bitches like that bagel shop guy.
Complaining about how they can't get laid.
Because that'll suck if they look a
300,000
lot like us, but they're all like 7'1" and jacked. That's the worst possible
I
opportunity.
would love it if 300,000 Facebook users stormed Area 51.
That would be
Hilarious.
That
That would be
one
so
of the funniest
great.
things I've ever seen.
My
I would
prediction
join them
is-
if that many showed up, and I don't even really care what's happening in Area 51.
I'll let you cross that bridge alone. My prediction is like maybe 30, 40, 50 people are going to actually do it, and they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if the Area 51 people are stepping up their security at all.
They don't need to step it up from where it already is. It's pretty absurd.
Do you know something about? Like, I know nothing about it. I picture it as a empty outpost in the middle of nowhere, like barely manned.
Miles and miles of it are observable, and they've got strike teams that'll ride out and stop you if you try to go out there. There's fences. There's seismic detectors in the desert out there. There's drones flying overhead. Like it's no good.
I feel like if you get out there now, like Area 51 is so famous that if anything was really cool there, they would have moved it to some other bunker. And so it's just going to be like paperwork about how they made a jet faster.
That's what they want you to think, Taylor.
You used to be able to get fairly close.
Look into it.
You used to be able to get close enough to see it. Like you used to be able to get close enough to see it with a telephoto lens. And then they bought miles and miles more of desert to push
telephoto lens. What is that?
It's a lens that allows you to see things far away.
No, telephoto, just like telescope is what I've always heard. Telephoto sounds like old timey.
I think that's what you'd put on a camera, though. Like you don't put a telephoto lens. Kyle had.
I'm not much of a photographer.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's this? Aliens on
Yeah. What did just leak? Oh, it's
thing.
related to what we're saying. 300,000 fans sign up to breach Area 51 for joke Facebook event. Storm
there
Area
have to
51.
be aliens out there.
They can't stop all of us.
There just have to be aliens out there. Like, there's no way we're the only thing with intelligent life.
Oh, I definitely
in
believe
the
there's
cosmos.
aliens,
There's got to be more shit.
Yeah, I definitely, absolutely believe there's aliens out there. I just don't think they've been here.
No, maybe they have. I don't know.
I mean, maybe they have, but I've never seen one. So I'm going to go with probably.
You seem
not.
to believe that guy who Joe Rogan had on a few weeks ago.
I think that I wouldn't say that I believe him as much as I would say that he is very believable. And
yeah, he's kept his story straight for 30 years.
And that the things that he say, I don't understand how he knows the things that he knew that have turned out to be absolutely true. And I don't understand why his educational background has literally been just deleted from the records. He was clearly educated enough that they hired him for a nuclear laboratory at Los Alamos. Like, that's provable. You can see his name on the employment sheet, but like, he didn't go to college. Like those that doesn't add up to me. And he's clearly a smart guy. Like, guy was building rockets and jet engines when he was in his teens and early 20s and stuff. Like, it's a real curious case. And he got raided by the FBI. They didn't really have a good reason for doing so. They were searching his hard drives and stuff. What they suggested, sort of implied, was that maybe he took a little bit of that element from the laboratory when he left.
Really?
And they think that maybe he has some, and they're searching for it. I don't know. I don't know about that Bob Lazar guy. It's very confusing to me, because on the one hand, I think we'd have. I don't know why that the aliens wouldn't come out to like the rest to the people of Earth and talk to us or something. And on the other hand, like,
I don't know if somebody's name is
story's pretty
Balthazar. I trust what they have to say about aliens.
I
know a
believe
guy
there's
named
life
Balthazar?
out there, and it's a
Bob
numbers.
Lazar, not Balthazar.
I'm
Oh,
going
I
with
thought you said
Taylor's
Balthazar,
version. I was
somebody
His
hearing
name
it
is
too.
Robert Lazar.
If there's a 1 in a million chance of a planet like springing life on it, then there's billions of planets out there, right?
There's an infinite number of them. I mean, to be fair, but
Yeah, we have no idea.
there's billions and billions that we can see. You know,
So
You know what? The worst possible thing is if the aliens showed up here and they were just like, these people are retarded. They suck. And they just.
There's a sci-fi book about that. Like there's aliens going by and they're talking to each other through brainwaves or something like that. And they're like, Earth. And they're like, yeah, it's disgusting down there. They're like, they communicate by wet meat slapping. And they're like, what? Yeah, they've got wet meat near their brains that they slap around and whistle all the time. And the aliens are just like, fuck that place. And they fly by.
Yeah, well, they probably don't even have dicks, so fuck them.
Maybe it's like Star Trek, you know, like where they have like a prime directive where they have this sort of rule where they don't want to interfere with cultures that are just kind of getting started and like mess up their natural evolutionary track. You know, that was the thing in Star Trek, and they were always fucking it up. Like
they're terrible at it.
Like every other episode.
They spend eons worshiping crew members and things like that.
Yeah. Like you know, there was one where they're like they have this like invisible bunker where they're like watching this like primitive culture. Like I think they're like they've got like bows and arrows and shit and like little cities and they're watching them, but then something fucking happens, a power surge, and the shielding comes off the bunker, and now they can see the bunker. And I want to say one of them like falls out of the fucking bunker and gets hurt, and they grab him up and take him back, and now he's this spaceman they're trying to learn from. It's great. It's always happening.
Not doing that is the prime directive. It's their number one rule, and they foul it up constantly.
Constantly fucking it up. Like, yeah, they're constantly fucking.
Is there any punishment for when they fuck it up, or is it kind of like, hey, don't you guys do that a fifth time?
They threaten career-ending punishments.
Yeah, there's a lot of threats of punishment.
I don't recall anyone getting in real trouble.
They never really follow through. You know,
God damn it, Shatner, get in my office again with this Shatner.
If you do this a 7th time, believe you me, you're gonna get knocked down to captain.
Fool me for 4 seasons, shame on me. Fool me for a 15th season, shame on you.
Star Trek's great. I wish there was a new Star Trek show that wasn't Discovery.
I mean, I'm sure. Is there one going on right now?
There's a Star Trek Discovery that's this sort of social justice warrior fucking nonsense that I refuse to watch. And
it's always been that way, right?
It's worse now.
Okay.
It has always been that way. And
why does it suck now?
Well, because modern social justice is about things that aren't real, and you know, made up things. And old social justice was about, hey, you're black, I'm white, but we're the same on the inside. And it's like, yeah, well, that's true. You guys are fighting for some fucking imaginary friend shit over there.
In this universe, it's actually not true. I have 3 hearts and no liver because I'm, from Mars. But
there was literally an episode of the original series where there were these 2 opposing races from this planet, and they were split down the center, white and black. And one race was white on the right and black on the left, and the other was the opposite of that. So like they were like mirror images of each other, literally, if they looked at each other. But because I'm black on the right and you're black on the left, we hate each other. And Shatner sets the ship to self-destruct with the 2 leaders on board, and he's like, "You're either gonna make peace or die." And it's just like it just makes them make peace that way. It's just so ridiculous.
What does he sound like? Well, yeah, the butter side up and butter side down people.
I'm thinking the one with the stars upon stars, and that this Dr. Seuss book. I mean, I have to look it up.
No, the one I remember is they're like, yeah, on this side, Cindy Lou Who, on this side of the wall, we butter our toast, butter side down, and she'd be like, I want to have my toast however I want, and they're like, you dumb cunt, you don't understand what's at stake here. And then at some point, there's a page where like she's walking on the wall and some other guy's walking on the wall, and she's like, I got my toast with my butter on the top, and he's like, I got my toast with the butter on the bottom, and they're like, we're not just so different, you and I, but it doesn't make sense to butter it on the bottom. Your hand's gonna get buttery, and then a huge massacre starts. Blood, gore, everywhere. That part didn't happen, but it would have been.
The one I'm talking about is the
thing.
Sneetches. You guys have probably heard it. You just need your memory jogged. But
I wasn't big into Doctor Who or Dr. Seuss growing up. That wasn't a thing, really. Green Eggs and Ham, and then that was about it.
Sneetches.
Yeah. Did a lot of reading assignments and fucking mathnomics or some shit as a kid.
Mathnomics?
I don't know. It was always some sort of program.
Were you a mathlete?
I was a mathlete. My mom was always had this little home curriculum from the time I was like fucking 3.
There should be Olympic mathletes. That'd be fun.
No, don't give China and Japan another opportunity to beat our asses.
Strong point. Yeah, I take it.
I gotta. Why do the Chinese guys keep touching their ears so much?
Oh, that's a really tough question. He's holding this here. Sorry, you were about to say something.
We've talked about this before, but Netflix is going through their worst nightmare. And they're just... I saw an article that kind of laid it out in an interesting way. The best 3 selling movies this year are Avengers Endgame, Captain Marvel, and Aladdin. Disney owns all 3. The best 3 selling movies of 2018 were Black Panthers, Infinity War, and Incredibles 2. Disney owns all 3. The best 3 selling movies of 17, Star Wars Last Jedi, Guardians of the Galaxy, Beauty and the Beast. Disney owns all 3. They're pulling them all from Netflix. They're putting them on the Disney story, the Disney thing. Disney also owns ESPN. Like, Disney owns all the content. And Netflix looks screwed.
They got to break Disney up or something. That's ridiculous.
They're losing the fucking Office. I'm pretty upset about that.
And that's interesting because they're losing the Office in like 2022. Does that sound right? People are already upset about it.
I thought sooner than that.
I'll Google it. Wait, it might be on here. So NBC Universal owns The Office, and they're launching their own streaming service and pulling The Office for good by the end of next year. So maybe 2020?
Yeah.
Friends leaves in 2020. Like, and at first I thought Netflix was dumb for making all their own content, but now I think they saw the writing on the wall.
Yeah.
Everyone's pulling their content and making their own streaming service, which means me matey, because I don't want to have like 30 different streaming services to pay for. It's just like old cable.
Yeah, I'll figure something else out. I won't steal it because that's wrong. But I'll.
I would never. I don't know where you're getting that from, Kyle.
No, I think there's got to be something in the middle. Like, I don't want to buy every one of them, but there should be some sort of package I can get on board with where I get 8 of them at a reduced cost.
It's the old system again, right? Like, everyone wanted a la carte because they didn't want to pay $80 for their cable bill. And then it went out, and now it's, this added back.
Well, I don't fuck cable channels and fuck cable TV. I don't do that shit. I don't watch commercials. I refuse to watch commercials if I can absolutely avoid it. The only commercials I end up watching anymore is like the ones that the UFC unfortunately puts in their pay-per-views after I pay $65. But other than that, I don't watch any commercials. But I wish there was some sort of way that I could get, like, I want the Disney shit. I want the Universal shit. I'm keeping Netflix and Hulu because I like Seinfeld and I like Netflix. I like their originals. I've been talking about it for 3 or 4 years now, but eventually they're making that movie The Irishman with like Scorsese and every Italian actor you've ever heard of. I'm keeping Netflix. I believe in Netflix, but God, I don't want to pay $150 a month or something for all my different streaming services. I need something that clusters them for $80 or $50 or $40 or whatever.
All I seem to need is Netflix, which all I seem to really need is YouTube and UFC. That's what I watch.
It's fucking expensive to get UFC.
It is. I've told you before, what I really want, I'll pay a lot for UFC, like $20 a month, and then just give it all to me. That's so much better than me picking like the 2 events a year.
20 doesn't cover it.
It doesn't, but I wish it did. Like
Oh, it does. Oh, it does. You can get. Oh, fuck. What was it? What did I see the other day? Where you could buy like a year's subscription or something
the
like that for
ESPN
80.
Plus stuff. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
it's
that's what.
the event plus ESPN Plus for like $80. I think.
Right, but you still have to buy every event for $60.
Every event. Yeah.
It doesn't.
But see, if you want to watch the prelims, you need ESPN. I don't know if you have ESPN.
I just got it after the last event. I paid for the whole thing, so now I have ESPN Plus, and I have one US.
No. ESPN, not ESPN Plus. They're different. Right? I wanted to watch the prelims, and I'm like, well, I got ESPN Plus. Plus means minus. it does not include ESPN, the channel, the cable channel. So I had to get on fucking Sling TV and add ESPN so that I could watch the prelims because I wanted to see them. Like there were some good fights on there.
Yeah,
I think the early prelims are on maybe ESPN Plus or maybe the UFC app. It's one or the other. I don't recall exactly. Probably ESPN Plus. Then you got to go to the ESPN channel and then back to ESPN Plus and purchase the pay-per-view to get the whole shebang. If you want a full 6 or 7 hours of UFC on a Saturday night, and I do.
I wanted it. I actually wanted the prelims too. There were some interesting fights, but I'm too addicted to this World War Z video game. I had to earn new guns or something, so I didn't jump in until the main card.
There was one of the worst women's fights I've ever seen. It was, I think it was strawweight, whatever Rose Namajunas competes
What makes
in.
it worse isn't good or bad?
They didn't fight
engage
essentially for 3 rounds. Rogan was like, let's be honest. This is not what people are going to want to buy ESPN to come watch. This is not good.
Rogan can be good that way. Sometimes I feel like he's a little kind to fighters. For example, there are people like he would never say Yoel Romero or Paul Costa uses steroids,
Costa.
right?
Yeah.
But they obviously use steroids. Super obvious, crazy, like they're ridiculous. But Rogan wouldn't say that, and I feel like he's a little like
that's not company man. That's more like fighter
friend of the fighter. It could be, yeah. I agree. But then other times, like you just said, there was another one. It might have been Blades versus Ngannou, where he just really called out, like, this is one of the worst fights in the history of fighting.
Yeah. He'll call it like he sees it, as far as like the quality of the fight, and he has different standards for which he deems a fight good or bad. Some of the fights that a lot of people thought were boring, like the Tyron Woodley Wonder Boy 1 fight. Or even the most recent John Jones fight. He was big fans of both. Some people, I think the John Jones fight was much better than the Tyron Woodley Wonder Boy fight, though. There was a lot of contact and action.
I agree.
I'm glad Tyron's not the champ anymore.
Some people didn't like the Woodley Usman fight, but not every fight is the most exciting one you've ever seen.
Yeah.
I thought that was a decent
I don't
fight.
blame the fighter when he's a technical guy and he's fighting a huge powerhouse of I don't blame Conor for fighting a certain way against Khabib that he wouldn't fight against like Nate. You can't fight him the same way. I don't, and this by the same regards, like I didn't blame DC for how he fought what's his name, the Black Beast. He's like, we're not going to stand up and throw.
Derek Lewis, maybe?
Derek Lewis. He's like, you're going down and you're staying there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, yeah, you're one of the best wrestlers in the UFC. He can't wrestle for shit.
He did
All
that
he can do is
Anderson
hit
Silva
things.
too.
Yeah, fucking do it. That's play your role.
Yeah, and Anderson Silva hit him with a liver shot or rib shot or something. Like almost won that fight. Like he's dangerous.
Silva's very dangerous. I like watching him fight still. I wish they could find a good opponent to honestly, I want to see him just beat somebody up. I don't care. Like let him fight a 18th ranked guy.
Matt Hughes. Matt Hughes. Wheel him in.
Get Luke Rockhold in there. He's doing Hughes, but right now.
Matt Hughes got beat by a train, I think, or a car accident or something. They're all happy he's walking. I like Silva on this one.
Fucking, Luke Rockhold's jaw is broken?
Yeah, I read that.
I don't know if you saw this knockout, Taylor, but he got hit like a Rocky movie where it was like, and like spit like flew out of his mouth. Knocked him completely unconscious and broke his fucking jaw. He got hit so goddamn hard.
I like the way Rockhold fights. Like, I really enjoy watching him fight. But when he interviews, he's such a douche. He's so cocky. I guess there's people who have confidence, but he just feels like that other guy's stupid. And something about the arrogance that drips off of Luke Rockhold makes him very hateable. And it doesn't help at all that he's one of the most handsome men to have ever been in the UFC, in the history of the UFC.
He's a Ralph Lauren model.
He's a Ralph Lauren model. And like Dana White said it this way. He's like, yeah, everyone's a model now. But Luke Rockhold is a successful model who has another fallback career after fight. He's like, Luke Rockhold should retire and be a model. He keeps getting knocked out over here, and he's crushing it over there. And the guy's just So it didn't hurt me to see him lose that fight. He thought the other guy was stupid for even taking this fight. He's like, this guy doesn't know. But I like Luke Rockhold either wins or loses in pretty entertaining fashion. If he's in a fight, I want to see it.
I've seen him take some rough losses when Yo Romero, I think, KO'd him.
Mm-hmm.
That was rough.
I love Weidman, but that fight against Weidman was fantastic. Maybe one of the best fights I can recall. Chuck's fight against Bisping, he lost, but that was really neat to watch. Again, dripping with arrogance. I don't know. He beat I forget the guy's name, Borshowitz or something like that, but he had this really weird tumbling thing where he I think he choked him, and his ground game was just next level. I wish I could describe it better. Luke Rockhold's fantastic. We should probably get off MMA talk, but
yeah.
Yeah, I like the sport. I think hockey might be more popular though.
I don't know.
I would love to see a poll. Which you like more? MMA talk, hockey talk.
Throwing paramotors there. I think I got a shot.
Yeah.
It could happen. You don't
put
know.
Paramotors in there because I think that and UFC will split the difference, giving hockey a lead.
So there's no way. MMA's got to win that out of the three. You guys have got to like MMA.
I think they'll mock vote for paramotors. Do it, boys. Do it.
Don't mock vote. We want an accurate representation.
Do it. Hockey
the show is
MMA.
going to mirror your thoughts. God damn it! Don't shoot yourself in the
foot
with paramotors.
Take into account the knowledge of the hosts.
Yes.
Sports.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
You're right. It doesn't fucking matter at all. No, it's just whichever one's more entertaining. I really like watching UFC. It's just I can't get into non-team sports. Like I don't like rooting for just one guy. Like
really?
Best.
I don't want to watch tennis. I don't want to watch golf. I don't want to. I like watching UFC.
The Blues won't be the Blues next year. And 3 years from now, they'll be barely recognizable as the Blues that just won this cup. 5 years from now, they'll be barely any of them will be there. 10 years from now, nobody will be there.
Yeah.
But Luke Rockhold
will be your head coach.
Fucking Rockhold.
Yeah,
all right.
probably.
John Jones will always be John fucking Jones. Conor McGregor will always be Conor McGregor. DC will always be Daniel Cormier. He's gonna be him, representing him, doing what he did, and continuing that legacy on forever.
I mean, but I think that almost lends a little bit to maybe people who like team sports more the way I do, where it's like, yeah, I don't expect them to stick around forever. Like I kind of like watching the evolution of a team. So like the Buffalo Sabres have sucked cock for so long now. But like watching their little pieces come into place and they picked this guy up. Okay, that's a good centerman. He can slot in at number. Like watching the evolution of it and the strategy the different teams take. I enjoy watching that.
Dude, basketball. So people hate it when I talk about basketball because I don't know what I'm talking about, and that's true. I'm new to it, but their teams are so small. Like 3 good players, and you can literally win a championship.
Or just LeBron. Yeah.
That actually proved untrue last year, right? They
sure did.
The Lakers got LeBron. They couldn't surround him with talent. Well, this year he's got...
I like seeing him lose.
I think they have DeMarcus Cousins and Anthony Davis on LeBron's team and some other people that I'm not really... I'm not an expert. But this offseason has been fascinating to watch because shit happens. Like you talked about how the Flyers might be on the rise, right? Yeah. So the Flyers might go from 10th place to 8th place next year. We're all very excited about that move. But the Lakers will miss the playoffs and might even be the favorite to win the championship this year by picking up 2 important players. So it's a team sport, but my gosh.
It's more of a superstar-driven sport than hockey for sure.
It is. And also... the players get more minutes. Like if you go to a hockey game hoping to see Tarasenko play, he's gonna is 20 minutes. He'll get
about 20 minutes of ice time.
Yeah. Whereas like LeBron, for example, might get 40 or 42 minutes of court time, and that's I don't think they call it court time, but anyway, you know,
I don't think they. No, I like how you're just embracing the. Yeah, I'm starting to get into it. And I don't fucking care. I don't know what I'm talking about. Forging ahead.
I think they call it
So,
playing
like,
time.
No, you're exactly right. It's not the exact same, or not even similar to hockey, because you got the Edmonton Oilers, who are terrible. They've been bad forever. They drafted Connor McDavid in 2015 and Leon Draisaitl, I think, in 2014 or something.
Mhm.
Both of those guys had 100-plus point seasons last year. Over 100 points. Leon Draisaitl scored 50 goals. For not hockey fans, 50 goals is a lot, a ton. The only
Not a
guy
lot
who
in
consistently
basketball.
scores, not a lot in that.
That'd be a bad
The
season.
only guy who consistently scores 50 goals in the NHL modern day is Alex Ovechkin. That's it, bar none. Nobody else in the Cap era scores 50 goals the way he does. But the Edmonton Oilers have two of the best players in the fucking league, and they miss the playoffs by leaps and bounds because you can't have Connor McDavid or Leon Draisaitl playing the entire game, and you put shit-tier wingers on them. They can feed them. You put me on Connor McDavid's wing, give me 2 weeks to prep, I will get 10 goals and 30 assists next year. Because I will at least fall. I wouldn't get 30 assists. I would at least get probably 15 assists.
I was going to say you might get some
I would
assists.
say I'd probably get, well, in hockey, as you know, if I get hit with the puck and it goes off of me into the net, I'm credited that goal. So I'm saying I can get at least 7 goals, 15 assists if you just put me out there and let Connor McDavid bounce shit off of me. And then every once in a while I'll fall into the puck and then he'll pick it up and do some dangly do and score. Like, that's how good that guy is.
Why does that left winger play with a blocker? No reason.
Yeah, so he's
just deflecting shit in.
Yeah, you could put like a couple of cones out there, and Connor McDavid would get those cones a couple goals a season just from it.
Goalies get assists sometimes.
Yeah.
In
If they have,
beer
like, a
league
good outlet
hockey, it's
pass.
way more common. Yeah.
Oh, in beer league, like when you play that as a goalie, like every single time it comes down to your end, it's like, well, I'm just going for the goal. You just
The thing that happens in beer league is like you've got a bunch of players who are like Woody quality, and then that one guy who was in the AHL last year. So all the goalie needs to do is pass to him, and he can get a lot of assists.
Yeah, there was one thing where Peter Forsberg, you know who that is. Kyle
Mhm.
probably doesn't know who that is.
Big
One of
fan.
the best, huge fan. One of the best Swedish players of all time, if not the best. And he's retired. He's in his 40s now, probably late 40s. And he put a bunch of makeup on and like prosthetics and went to some Swedish beer league. And for like the first half hour, he like was fucking up every pass and like backhanding it to the other team and doing all sorts of stuff. And then he like just decided to kind of start trying. And the difference between like people who are pretty good, they were like a couple of them were like almost minor league Swedish players. And he was just skating around him as a 49-year-old. Like it didn't matter. They didn't care. And at one point they're talking in their goofy ass Swedish language. Like, his voice sounded a little bit like Peter Forsberg. That's fucking, yeah, he just scored his 5th goal in the last 3 minutes. That's fucking Peter Forsberg over there. And
Dude,
that would be really cool to be a huge celebrity in a small country like that.
you played with
Like,
pros before,
everybody
right?
Yeah. I've had pros coach me and like played
There was
like pickup games where they kind of fooled around.
There's an ex-NHL. I remember his name, and I know he didn't have like a notable career, right? But call him retired 7 years out. Now he's playing.
He
with
still
me.
made the show.
Yeah. Now he's playing with me. Dude, 2 things were crazy about him. One, his thighs were gigantic and ripped like a human anatomy chart through his white skin. Like outrageous to look at his thighs. 2, he seemed to skate the same speed, blindingly fast, forwards and backwards, didn't matter, right? This guy skated backwards, and there's a certain kind of like lean forward, like the beginning of a sprint that you can do on skates. He does it backwards as well. And it was just like, what the? No, you gotta go forwards and turn around. That's how we all do it. Then this guy could just like sprint backwards, and it was outrageous. It's neat
And
to
seeing
play
the
with this.
differences like between like
And the
minor leagues
passing.
and the big show is crazy, where it'll be like, oh, fucking, I'll just pick a guy who kind of sucked. Paul Bissonnette. He's on the Spit and Chicklets podcast. It's a good hockey podcast, very funny. But he was like a 4th line plug, barely got 200 games in, scored 7 goals in 200 games.
This
They
is
just turned him
NHL
in-
level, though.
Yeah, NHL level.
Okay.
They just turned him into a fighter up there because that's all he could do. And you're like, man, this guy sucks. what's he even doing in the league? And then you like go to their hockey stats and it's like AHL, 52 games played, 40 goals, 35 assists, 80 games played AHL, 50 goals, 38 assists, NHL, 80 games played, 1 goal, 3 assists. And it's like, oh man, I guess that was quite the leap for you to be like the grand poobah of your own team and then be like, hey, we're going to need you to get punched in the mouth tonight. Because frankly, you're the least valuable person here, and if you don't want to get on a bus back to Wilkes-Barre in Pennsylvania, you're gonna take it. And it's like, all right, well, I guess I'm gonna get rocked in the fucking mouth. That would be it's so crazy. Backup in any sport, I think, is the best thing. Backup quarterback, backup goalie, backup whatever basketball is. I mean, basketball is just somebody who rides the pine. Like you're never gonna get it. You're still making a ton of money. Like that. That would be ideal. No pressure. No stress.
Until the quarterback gets hurt.
Yeah. Well, but how often does that happen? Pretty often.
All the time.
Okay. Well, all right. Bad example.
Every season, mostly.
Okay. Yeah. Well, never mind. Then being a pine rider in basketball would be the ideal one.
Maybe be the backup kicker. Right? Kicker probably doesn't get hurt.
Yeah. Like I love watching like clips from really good kicks. And the guy will he'll kick it off and it'll go forever away. And the guy will grab it and you see everybody else on the team charging. And the kicker's like, oh, please don't make it to me. Please don't make it to me. Like just
I love it when the kicker gets a tackle. There's one kicker, I think he played for Indianapolis, he might still, who's just particularly good at tackling people. And it's like a real source of embarrassment if the kicker gets you. If only the kicker is left, it should just be a fanciful formality, and then the kicker puts you down. It's great. This guy's got a highlight reel of it, and I like it when the kicker gets stuff done, but it doesn't happen much.
Yeah. You want to see an NFL player fighting a cop?
Oh, sure. I've seen it. Link it up.
Is he a current NFL player?
Yeah, I think so.
Malik McDowell. Well, I think I'm going to take Malik in this one.
Well,
I'm ready to watch.
Ready,
do we start from zero?
Yeah. Ready, set, play.
Have a seat in your car, sir. 216, 10-5. Have a seat in your car. Sir, have you?
He's doing it.
At the Marathon 12 in Southfield.
So he wants that's the player there, the guy who took a seat. He yelled at him multiple times to take a seat, and now he's sitting in the back seat, I think.
You got your license, registration, insurance on you?
Yeah, I need your supervisor.
No, you don't. I need your license.
I need your supervisor.
Supervisor's not on right now, man.
So what you
I'm the officer in charge.
What you pulling me up for?
For going about 60 down Southfield, and then you just spun out right there.
No, I haven't.
I just saw you, and it's on camera. Yeah, I need your license, registration, insurance.
You need to show me some proof. I need
Spoiler, he spun out.
Sir,
I need your insurance.
I need your supervisor.
Sir, I need your license.
I just said I need
this isn't Denny's, dude.
I am the supervisor, sir.
Okay, I need another supervisor.
You're not gonna get him. You either give me your license.
It's weird to me that he can't get a supervisor.
I need a supervisor.
Sir, I'm gonna ask you two more
times.
There's
no reason to.
I'm gonna ask you one more time. I need a supervisor.
I need license.
Like I see both sides, but usually
he's just trying to get special treatment for being an NFL player. There's no reason to request a supervisor.
Okay, so what have I been pulled over for?
216.
So what have I been pulled over for? Where have I been pulled over?
I just told you, speeding, and you spun out right there.
I spun out because it's fucking snowing.
Told you he spun out.
Too fast for conditions.
A second ago, he said he didn't.
I need your license. I need your license.
Okay, and I need a supervisor.
He might want a supervisor just because he'll feel like he'll be treated more fairly if there's like
Get
witnesses.
him here, right here.
All right.
I disagree though. I think you have a better shot of
Sir,
someone cutting you a break if there aren't 6 people watching.
Oh god, there's a bit of a size disparity.
Yeah.
Well, he's an
That's
NFL
the same
player.
dude from the bagel place.
Good camera switch.
Yeah. Watch the cop is doing
Dragging
everything he
that
can.
cop to the dairy section.
The cop went for a trip. I don't know if you saw it. Completely ineffective.
You're gonna get tased! Get down! Get down! Get down! On the ground! On the fucking ground! Get down!
He's like, I'll give you
On your
this.
stomach!
So
On your
if you're listening to the audio, he's sitting on his butt,
On your
impatiently
stomach,
asking for a
tased!
supervisor.
On your fucking stomach! You're gonna get tased. You're fixing to get tased. You're fixing to get tased, dude. Don't fuck with me.
Hey, you tell me.
Get on the
I
ground.
need a supervisor.
Get on the ground. Get on.
Stop getting.
You're gonna get tased, bro. You're getting tased. 3.
The
Taser.
football player
Taser,
doesn't
taser.
want to get violent.
260 taser.
He's unconcerned about being tased.
He's like,
Well,
all
just,
right.
just got caught in his jacket. Didn't do anything.
Yeah.
So now he's going to take the taser from the cop because he doesn't want to be tased anymore. Asking for a supervisor the whole way.
Get on the ground.
He's still asking for a supervisor.
Get on the ground.
They're having a fight, and he's asking.
He took the taser. It's in his right hand. Now the cop went for a choke. He let him, I think. And here comes a female cop.
Oh, ideal.
Surprisingly effective. I feel like what's happening here is the football player has said, they both think I should get on the ground? Maybe I was wrong.
All right, now who's your supervisor?
I need a supervisor. Right fucking now. I need a supervisor.
Go my car.
This ain't grass.
Get my car.
I need a supervisor.
This one back here. Put one back, mine. This one's yours. Right here.
Jesus.
Man, that original cop was not up to task. And
But
I
he was
can't blame
ballsy
him.
as fuck. What was he thinking? If
Right.
like the guy was towering over him, the cop looked like he was 5'8", and the player looks like he's 6'4". It's not even close.
Right.
It's not. I feel confident that player could have killed that cop with his bare hands.
5'8" with
Oh,
dad
yeah.
bod.
He's a cop. Yeah, a lot of them. I mean, they sit in cars. all
Not
day.
Jason Mamoah dad bod either.
No,
not that
actual.
one. Jason Mamoah might have been able to go toe to toe. Probably not.
Yeah, Jason's a big boy. I don't know.
That guy's a
He is,
professional
but he's not
athlete.
training for the NFL.
Yeah.
So what his background? What is Jason's background?
he was Aquaman.
Yeah,
He's-
not
well,
his filmography
if he's a
necessarily, but
god, then maybe Jason Momoa would win.
Ah,
he's
he's
an American
39.
actor. He played Aquaman. Let's see.
He played. Oh, he was in Batman. He was not.
Yeah,
Batman.
I don't care about his filmography. I'm like, did this guy play college football?
That
or-
was what I was going to guess too, right? Like he probably was an athlete of some sort. Is he American?
He's from Hawaii. Yeah, so he's got probably a bit Samoan.
He's a model.
Is that it?
Yeah.
I don't see anything about football or anything here. It says in 2017 he started Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Mm,
Well, that's cool.
So
that might have helped
I don't
against
know.
that
I
cop.
don't know if that would have given him a distinct edge over that.
Right? I'd rather
very
hear he
large
started
gentleman.
in 2013.
Yeah.
Uh,
Man.
Ooh, he was.
He asked for the supervisor so many times, as if that was the get out of jail free card, where it's like, damn.
Jason
he got
Momoa
axed.
was slashed in the face with a broken beer glass by a man in an altercation in Hollywood. He received 140 stitches during reconstruction surgery. The scar is apparently in his later work. Huh.
Yeah, on his eyebrow.
Damn.
Well, that's
The
cool.
assailant got 5 years in prison for the attack. Wow.
Good. You can't slash people's faces with bottles.
Should be slashing Aquaman.
It was
They
a
lay the
glass.
hammer down.
Is it okay if it's a glass?
No.
Yeah, I thought I thought college football would have been a good guess, but
Yeah. Guess
maybe
not.
it's
All right.
modeling, I guess.
It's just a model. All right. We'll look at that.
But yeah, okay. On one hand, he was uncooperative, but on the other hand, he was like semi-cooperative. You know, like that football player could have done anything he wanted to that little white bagel guy, but he chose not to.
Yeah, but I mean that doesn't make him semi-cooperative. He wasn't going along with what the cops
Like,
said.
just
He didn't
give
get
him
in
your
his
The
car.
guy's
He
like,
walked
get
back into
down,
the store.
get down. So he sat on his butt. He's like, lay on his belly. It's all dirty and yucky at the front of a doorway in the snow. And
Well, he
he's
didn't-
like, well, I'll just sit on my butt. That's what you can have.
He was
Well, that's
sitting
not
in his
what you
car
get. You don't
before
get
he
to do that with cops because the cop's sitting there like realizing exactly what you said. Shit, if this guy decides to pop up from his seated stance, which he can do pretty quickly because he's in the fucking NFL, then he's going to tackle me and he could crack my head open on this 7-Eleven counter. I need you on your stomach so I can cuff you. Otherwise, you may kill me. Like, I understand that
That's
position.
true. Well, okay. He told him to sit in his car.
Cop doesn't win any fight with that guy. No way.
The cop told the guy to sit in his car, and he did. He sat. I think it's the back seat. I couldn't tell for sure.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Okay. And then the cop still wasn't happy. In my head,
the cop told him to get in the front seat of his car, didn't he? And that's when he went into the store.
I don't remember it like that, but I'm a low confidence. You could be right.
He definitely wasn't supposed to go into the store.
I wasn't studying it.
Yeah, he wasn't supposed to go to the store. That's for sure. But to me, he's sitting in the back seat. I might be like, you know what? We're going to take this partial win until backup comes. And then once there's 4 people around, he might feel differently about the supervisor thing. Maybe one of the guys isn't even the supervisor, but he's like, I'm the highest ranking guy here. What's the scoop? You know, there are better ways to handle it than for fucking Bagel Dude to alpha this guy. Because sometimes that's an escalation in itself. This is a mistake I feel like cops commonly make. They go super alpha to the point where the other guy can't save even the smallest of face. And I get it. That's kind of their role. On the other hand, you have a problem that you didn't need to have. If you de-escalated at all, the guy was willing to de-escalate.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe if you de-escalate a little bit, somebody sees their opportunity to get at you. They always have to assume the worst. And I'm not one to say, we watch cop shit all the time where we all agree that they're fucked up and being assholes. But when there's a size disparity like that and a strength disparity that's not even, put 3 clones of that guy and he still gets beat almost as bad.
I might throw that guy some zip ties and be like, cuff yourself.
Yeah, cuff yourself and sit and think about what you did.
I like that plan, actually. That's a good plan. Because first I was going to throw him handcuffs.
Be a terrible cop.
I've told this story 100 times of the girls who damaged the house and the cops picked me up 2 blocks away, etc. I had a broken arm at the time, and they put one cuff on me, but the other one couldn't fit around my cast. And the cop is like, dude, you can't do that. He could swing that around and start using it as a weapon and hit us all with this cuff. And I'm like, but I'm not gonna, But I think he was just training the other cop. This is a mistake you can't make. A one-handed cuff is a problem. And so I'm really aware of the fact that handcuffs can be weapons. Toss the guy some zip ties. Tell him to cuff himself. And that seems like a good plan.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he's gonna play much football anytime soon.
You think?
It depends. I don't know. Probably resisting arrest. They made the assault on a police officer.
I think he's
a
wealthy
rich
and famous
athlete,
enough, that he gets away with it.
Rich people have different sets of rules, man.
Before we wrap the show, I'm looking for a legal update. Here's his Wikipedia page.
I am hungry.
Oh, he was released by the Seahawks a month after this. So,
maybe he wasn't actually that good. I have no idea.
Yeah, probably if he was that good, the Seahawks would be like, you know what? He's always had great character when we were looking.
Based on his performance against Officer McMurphy, we've decided to cut you from the offensive line. If you can't protect yourself in a 7-Eleven, how are you going to protect our quarterback? It's not going to work.
No information available. All right. Well, you guys want to call it a show?
Yeah, I think so. I got some food in there waiting on me. Very hungry.
Nice.
Very good. All right, PKA 447.